Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I'm gonna probably kind of stay in this area or walk back there. Yeah, and he's got the clicker.
Oh, he got.
Well, he's put his clicker to it. So he's going to move. Yeah, that's why I keep him around.
Okay, let me know. Soon. I don't know. Yeah.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Kristen Mike, and I am the state trainer for the Kansas CASA Association, and this is our 2022 CASA Directors Training. And our first day, we always have joint with Citizen Review Board Directors as well. So if you see some faces you don't know, it could either be new CASA directors or it could be CRB people. Be sure to say hi to people and connect with those that work within our field. There are bathrooms across the hall. When you came into the room, you walked right past them. Feel free to take advantage of those if you need. We have some snacks and drinks. There's also a water bottle filling station out back if you need that. Or not out back, but like out the back door over there. So you can tell you come from Kansas. Usually got one smile. So we will have announcements through the day. We're going to start with Judge Dana Tippin Cutler. She is an award-winning trial attorney and is a partner in her family's law firm of James W. Tippin and Associates in Kansas City, Missouri. Practicing in the areas of education law and civil defense litigation with more than 30 years in the practice of law. Dana has served in several positions of bar leadership during her career, including being the first woman of color elected as president of the Missouri Bar in 2016. Her numerous bar-related awards include the 2028 Circuit Richard F. Arnold Award for Distinguished Service, 3 President's Awards from the Missouri Bar, a President's Award from the Kansas City Metropolitan Bar Association, the Rhonda F. Williams Spirit of Diversity Award, and the Sly James Diversity and Inclusion Award. She has been recognized as one of the top 30 education law attorneys in the state of Missouri, a Missouri super lawyer since 2014, and was honored as the 2018 Woman of the Year by Missouri Lawyers Weekly at their annual Women's Justice Awards luncheon. Dana has tried more than 20 bench and jury trials. She received her Bachelor of Arts degree in English with honors from Spelman College in Atlanta, Georgia, and her Juris Doctorate degree from the University of Missouri at Kansas City. When not practicing law, Dana, along with her husband and law partner Keith Cutler, are co-judges on the 2-time Emmy-nominated, nationally syndicated daytime television courtroom show, Couples Court with the Cutlers. The show is seen daily on the Oprah. So please give her a round of applause.
Whenever I hear somebody read my bio, I'm like, I've been busy. Yeah. Good morning to everyone. How are you?
Okay.
All right. I didn't put on lipstick this morning because it was early when I left, but I'm going to ask you, good morning. How are you? And you all are kind of like, oh, okay. So anticipating that, I'm going to ask everyone to do one thing with me because we want to get our brains oxygenated and be awake. And if not awake, at least able to play with the toys they provided you while I bore you. If anyone's ever taken yoga, everything in yoga is about the breath, right? And part of that is so that you can relax. Part of it is so that you're awake mentally to meditate and to work through the process. So we're going to do 3 deep breaths. And the breaths are going to be taken in, take in 1, 2, 3, 4, hold, and then out 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to do 3 of those. That's going to wake me up so I can do, and then hopefully it'll wake you up so you can hear. All right, let's begin. Breath in, 1, 2, 3, 4. Out, 4, 3, 2, 1. Two more. In, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold, out, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last big breath. In, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold, out, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so hopefully we're awake. And what I like to do whenever I'm doing diversity, especially when I have a group, you all are kind of like the perfect size. Because you can have really too small, and then you can have like 200 people in the room. That's a whole nother vibe, right? So I like to just get people to think about what they anticipate a DEI training going to look like. Sometimes people have fears about these presentations. I mean, because frankly, sometimes it feels like all white people are bad. Go on. And so you're like, I got 90 minutes of her beating up white people. That's not this program. What are you looking forward to? Sometimes people are not looking forward to anything because they're so worried about number one. But let's just presume you're one of the people that's like, actually not gonna be that person. And you have something to look forward to. I want you to write down what you're looking forward to. One thing from this meeting. Give you a second. While you're writing, I'll go to the third one. What do you want to have happen at the end of these discussions? And sometimes 2 or 3 are the same. Other times it's like, I want my neighbor to be a better person. I want to be more mindful. But whatever it is, what do you want at the end of it? And then I'm going to, at some point, ask you, what is the most interesting thing about you? Because we're gonna have to wake up at some point. We got a little time to talk. So write down what is your most interesting thing. Most people would say that it's me having a television show. I would say it's surviving 3 boys. Are there people watching this? Are there people online?
No, it's just.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, I'm walking all over the room. There's people like, where is he? Okay, it's all good. So with that being said, my better half is back there running the show because the clicker isn't working up here. And he thought he was going to be able to ignore me. He's got to actually pay attention to me. So how about that? So today we're going to talk about how implicit biases can sideline your DEI initiatives, how it can affect your decision-making, and how it can impact outcomes. I know that as CASA people, whatever your position is, that you all tend to you are caring people. You wouldn't do CASA if you didn't care. But nevertheless, because we are all human, we have implicit biases naturally, it can affect what you do and how well you do it. So even in your best efforts, I hope that at the end of our conversation today, that it will make you go, I didn't even realize it did that. Or let me be careful of that. So here's the agenda. We're going to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're going to talk about impediments to DEI, specifically implicit biases and microaggressions. And when we're talking about these things, one of the things is that we have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. Now, I am terrified of heights. So nothing could be worse than me hanging off the side of a mountain on my cell phone, I believe, or whatever. If you hung me outside off of a mountain, I would not be relaxed. And so I picked that picture because what we learn is that the more you do something, the more comfortable you become at it. And I gotta think the first time he hung his tent off of a mountain, he may have been checking the belts and making sure it was secure every 3 minutes. And now he's to the point where, whatever, man. And so I would say to you that DEI is similar. The first time you have a really in-depth conversation, it can make you feel like that. But the more that you do it, the more that you study it, the more you talk about it, the more that you know about it, the more comfortable you become with it. And it's become such a loaded phrase, diversity, equity, and inclusion. When people hear that, we have all these different definitions of what that means. So I want to share with you what those things mean to me. Go ahead. So in this context, I love this quote from Maya Angelou. He says, I learned that people will forget what you said, they will, but people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made it feel. And since you all are in the touchy-feely business in some way, I think this is really important. And I think that if you are aware of your biases and how microaggressions play out, it'll help you make people not forget how you make them feel. Because it's your intent to lift up the children you're representing and not make them feel less than or marginal, correct? So diversity, equity, inclusion. Diversity is pretty straightforward. It's difference in the room. How are we inclusive? And we tend to think about diversity in terms of race or ethnicity and gender, but I would encourage you to think about diversity in a broader way. It includes differently able. It includes hidden diverse items, like I might stutter. If you never hear me open my mouth, you don't know that I stutter, but that's a hidden diverse issue. LGBTQ plus community. You may or may not know whether there's someone in that community, but that is a diversity issue. If everybody in your setting went to the same high school, went to the same church, everybody has 2.2 kids, and you have a person who looks like those individuals, lives in that same city, but didn't go to the same school, doesn't go to the same church, has 5 kids, that person's the other individual. So just think of whatever diversity is, it's beyond race, it's beyond gender, it's beyond ethnicity. It is whatever that other is in the group. I use this example, although it has less meaning now that we don't have a border war between Mizzou and Jayhawks, but I still think there's some animus there. But if you walked into a room in your Jayhawk outfit and everybody had on black and gold and tigers, you'd be like, you made a wrong turn somewhere. And so when you're that other in the room, you definitely want someone to make you feel welcome. Whether that's another Jayhawk or somebody from the other side of the fence who says, so glad you're here. Yeah. Equity versus equality. So everybody's like, oh, I treat everyone equal. And that's great. However, I love the red shoes. If I give everyone in here a red shoe, that's a 4-inch pump, that's a size 8, I've treated everyone equally. However, there are going to be some people who are like, nope, me included. One, I don't wear a size 8, and the 4-inch pump days are long behind. So while I've treated everyone equally, doesn't really get the job. Me, I'm a pound person. That's what I would need, but I would need you to give it to me in the size that I need. There are some of you who need the clown shoe. That's okay. And then there's, there may be some folks who want a nice blood ox. So what equity is giving people not only the same thing, shoes, but the shoes they actually need, or that fit, or that work. That's equity. Doesn't mean I take away your red pump so that I can have this red shoe, clown shoe. It just means we make an assessment and we figure out not only does everybody need shoes, but they need a certain kind of shoe. They need a shoe that's going to help them be effective. That's the difference between equity and equality. And I think too often when we hear equity, We think, so you're gonna take something from somebody else to give it to someone else. That is not what it should look like. So you probably see this version, some version of this. And in this, you see reality that somebody has like 9 boxes, somebody's in a hole, and somebody's just looking over the bin. Equality is everybody has the same, but it's still not effective. You got one person still can't see. This is where people get concerned. They're like, hey, he had 5 boxes over here, now he has none. And I disagree with you. Everybody has what they need to see over the bin. But since you're in the business of justice, this is where we want to get to. There's no barrier. That's where we want to get. Diversity that lacks genuine inclusion is often called tokenism. An inclusive workplace or workspace doesn't just have a diversity of people present, it has a diversity of people involved, developed, and empowered and trusted to do the business of the day. So when we talk about diversity in this setting, whether it's you working one with another, working with the courts, it is that everybody in the room is welcome, valued, empowered, and this is the hard one. They're trusted to do the job. So just because somebody looks like you or doesn't look like you start making presumptions of their capacity, their ability, their knowledge base. So we have to not only be in the room together doing those things, but we have to be in the room together trusting. Mr. Cutler. So research shows and employer culture shows that when employees trust that they and their colleagues will be treated fairly regardless of race, gender, sexual orientation, age, any of the others, they have better employee retention. They look forward to going to work. They have pride in their work and they're likely to stay with their employer. So if you're trying to create an environment, you want to create an environment where people want to be. And if you are in an environment where you want to be, then I think it's easier to do the work that you do. It also increases production, it's greater readiness to innovate, and it increases your ability to recruit a diverse talent pool. So this becomes how you become successful or how you fail. When employees don't feel that their presence is welcome, that their ideas are valued, then they don't want to be there. And then failure is pretty much where you're going to end up. Having an inclusive culture will not only help you attract diverse talent, but will help you retain the talent. So inclusion is more than policies, programs, or headcounts. And I use this example. I can't tell you how many entities I've worked with, and they'll say things like, oh, we're diverse. We have our Black person and Hispanic person. Okay. I've never heard the converse. We got too many white guys. Nobody ever said that. Nobody has ever said, we don't hire this white person because we got too many. So there should not be the head count. Check, check, check. It should be, we want people who can do the job and do it well. We don't care what you are. And if you're doing that, that is where you're moving toward diversity. So we get head counts out. We don't keep a tally on good people. We want as many good people as we can get. Equitable employers outpace their competitors by respecting the unique needs, perspectives, and potential of all their team members. As a result, diverse and inclusive workplaces earn deeper trust and have more commitment from their employees. So we move from diversity, like having everybody at the table, to inclusion, meaning they're valued at the table, making sure equity, making sure they have what they need to be successful. And then you create an atmosphere of belonging. So If you're wondering about, oh yeah, this is funny. I just saw it up here. So the question is, if you are looking at your diversity and wondering about it, you have to look at your recruitment efforts. How does your leadership look? Do you have a workplace where 50% of your employees are women, but 0% of your managers are women or persons of color or LGBTQ plus? Do you have good representation of employees of color overall, but all of them are in the same department? These things, these questions, if you ask them internally, will tell you about your workplace. And here's the thing, you all are working with a community. So if everybody you're working with doesn't look like you, that's a barrier to success. The people that you work with need to know that people who look like them, who have cultural experiences like them, are helping making decisions about their lives and participate. I'm not saying I have to look just like you to know about you, but I am saying I need to know that you work in a space where you can talk to people who look like me, or that those people are involved in decision-making about me, because you understand or have an understanding of my culture. You have an understanding about what it's like to be like. And, you know, that's a really huge issue in terms of building trust with the clients that you have. So the purpose of DEI is to correct the actual and perceived disparities that exist. And disparity is a noticeable and usually significant difference or dissimilarity. At their economic and income disparities, there's gender disparity, racial disparity, ethnic disparity. When you're talking about 85% of the wealth of this country is held in the hands of 1% of its population, the problem. 15% of Fortune 500 companies have female CEOs. 1% have African-American CEOs. 3.4% are Latinx or Hispanic. Those are the disparities that DEI is trying to correct. And those are actual, those are the numbers. They are what they are. And so the hope is that through DEI, that we will start to see more women CEOs, more CEOs of color, more CEOs who feel comfortable coming out as LGBTQ, because they may feel like, if I do this, I'm not going to keep this position. And it's sometimes hard to believe if your head is in a certain space that people are still there, but they are. And if you're that other in the room, you know that those people are out there and have a negative impact on your life, your job. So if you're going to if you're really pursuing DEI, you want DEI in action. That requires a strategic plan with goals and measurable metrics. So I like this example. We went to Mexico early August. I'd never been there. It's a really pretty state. I don't know what I was expecting. But I was really taken with the cacti. And I love plants, but most of my plants look like what you see back here. And I got to thinking, I should start raising some cacti, right? And I went online to the Google, as my mother says, and she just looks at it, and I was like, oh my God, raising cacti are not like raising ferns. You gotta have different soil, you know, they had all this stuff. And of course, it made me think, or maybe not, of course, but in my world, it made me think about DEI. Because if I'm gonna raise a cacti among ferns, I can't just throw it in the same dirt I would throw a fern in. Gotta be different. It's terracotta pots. They suggest sand bases, all of these things. And I would say in the world of DEI, if you all are thinking about how can we be diverse, how do we do this, you have to prepare for it. It can't be like, okay, all of a sudden we've hired somebody and we're doing this without thinking about it. Because if you put the cactus in the same dirt you put a fern, cactus is gonna die. And so I've seen so many people with great intention, but no preparation and no mindfulness about what they were going to do. And it fails, and then people feel they're disappointed, they're like, oh my God, this is harder than I thought it was gonna be. And it just kind of, it nullifies your ability to be successful. So the hope is that if you prepare for your cactus, that other in the room, it'll be successful and flourish. You can't treat it and do it like you've been doing it because we raised firmly successfully over and over. It has to be mindful, it has to be thoughtful, you have to prepare. The for everyone approach in the workplace has evolved beyond DEI. So it used to be, when people started out, it was, we treat everybody the same. And everyone is gonna get the same treatment. And we recognize that we have to do better than that. We have evolved beyond that. So impediments to diversity. Bias is universal. Bias is inescapable. But the most important thing for you to remember is bias is non-binary. We tend to think about, go back, I'm sorry. We tend to think about bias. We tend to, okay, right here. He's like, I'm gonna throw her away. We tend to think about bias in two ways. You are biased, and we're typically thinking about like the worst things you've ever seen on television. In that way, or you're not. The bias is like, there are over 100 cognitive biases that have been described, and if you take any psychology courses, you know this. So everybody has it. It's how we function, it's how we make decisions. So I want, when you hear that I say we have biases or there may be a bias, it's not necessarily a negative. Absolutely not necessarily negative. We have two systems. The first system is automatic and efficient, it jumps to conclusions, and is prone to make mistakes. That's the one that you see something, you're like, oh, that's what that is. This is how we can act and move forward, which is fine for every day. If you're walking down the street, somebody looks like a thug, whatever that looks like in your brain, and you're like, I'm in a dark street by myself, walking to my car, this person's approaching me fast. You don't need to say, but wait, he may actually be a Harvard grad and want to talk to me about economic impact. That's not where you make that decision. You make a decision, you get yourself safe. That's why we have that built in. But oftentimes we make those decisions and make those presumptions in situations where we need to take the time to make sure what we're seeing is what it is. So system 2 detects complexity and nuance. It endorses thoughts generated under system 1. So system 1 says this person's a thug. System 2 will go, yeah, I think you're right. Focuses on demanding activity. So your system 2 is the one that's thoughtful, mindful, and assesses, and has nuances. That's how we like to think we make every decision. Sorry to tell you, that's not true. The reality is that we make decisions very quickly. One makes the decision, and 2, if it has time, will say yay or nay. But 2 doesn't go back and say, well, let's look at that. It doesn't do that. So we find ourselves in this cycle where 1 is feeding 2, 2 pretty much goes okay unless something really jumps out, and we keep going. And this is how we make decisions all day, every day. If we didn't do that, we would barely get out of bed because we'd be trying to figure out, should I turn off the alarm? What does the alarm mean? Does the alarm lift me? We'd be doing all of that, and we don't have time. So the decision-making route, system 1, fast, intuitive, impressionistic, 95% of our decisions. System 2, slow, deliberate, systematic, follows the rules, conscious thought, 5% of our decision. So how do we raise that 5% and lower some of the 95% in specific situations? That's the conversation we're gonna have today. Our conscious mind, I love the iceberg. You can use the iceberg for so much, right? So in this situation, the unconscious mind is the part we don't see, and it's the biggest part, and it's the one that's operating all the time. The top, that little bit, the 5%. That's what, we like to think we're doing, we're not. Our unconscious mind is a powerful force, but it's fallible. So one other thing, I have a little note that I made to myself. I want to make sure I pull it out. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Cutler. So again, it is not an all or nothing proposition. Just because you're biased doesn't mean this. Right? But if we only think about bias in the preceding slide way, or you're either that or this, then the automatic response is, I'm not racist, sexist, ageist, prejudiced, whatever that is. Doesn't apply to me, so no need for change. And then there's no further discussion or action. Nothing changes, nothing gets done. I would say to you that if you think about bias broadly, you'll find that there's positive, neutral, and negative. And sometimes, depending on the situation, it could be a combination of any of them. LaQuanda, Washington. So, about 5 years ago, about 5 years ago, one of the schools that I represent got a new CFO, LaQuanda, Washington. And she wanted to meet me, I wanted to meet her. And we set up a time and I came down to the school's offices. And this person walked in. That's an actual picture. And she sat down, I said, good morning. She said, good morning. How you doing? I'm great. How are you? Great. Nice weather. So after this banter back and forth for a few minutes, I'm like, do you know when Miss Washington is going to do it? And as soon as it left my mouth, I was like, "Aye." And she started smiling. And I said, you're Miss Washington. And I said, you're enjoying this. And she said, and I said, okay, tell me about this name. And we had this amazing conversation about her mother's best friend, who was deceased at the time we spoke. Her name was LaQuanda. She did look like me. And she talked to me about how she couldn't tell me how many times she'd been sitting for an interview and they'd come out and say, Miss Washington, and she would stand up and be like, no, LaQuanda Washington. And she's like, and it was just a fascinating conversation, right? That is definitely my bias because my life experience informs my biases, right? And in my life, every LaQuanda and definitely LaQuanda Washington look like me. So there is an instance of bias being either negative, it was potentially positive, because we had this amazing conversation, but it was there are different types and degrees of biases. So here's an observation. Gentleman and his son are in an auto accident. Gentleman dies, son is rushed to hospital. Son is taken to operating room, prepped for surgery. Surgeon walks in, looks at the boy and says, I cannot operate on him. Nurse asks, why not? Surgeon says, because he's my son. How is this possible? Gentleman and his son are in an auto accident. Surgeon says they can't operate because he's my son. It's the mom. Yeah. Go ahead, Mark. Well, that's the bomb. There was supposed to be something else that came up there, but let's go back. I'll talk to you about it. So if your first thought was, oh, the surgeon maybe was step dad. Something other than a female could have been the surgeon. That's our biases. Because I think we tend to jump to the conclusion, oh, it's a doctor, it's a man. And the first time my husband gave me this example, I was like, it was a gay couple. I mean, I was all over the place. Not that that couldn't be right, but that wasn't what he was trying to get me to see. So, go ahead. So other biases that you might see in the workplace or even in your workspace: symbolic, aversive, attractiveness bias, conformity, name bias, LaQuanda Washington, halo horns effect, gender bias, and affinity bias. Those are all some of the biases that you could see in your workspace, and I'm going to talk about a few of them. So, we've talked about name bias. We talked about attractiveness bias. Is we all know, and studies have shown us over and over again, that people who are attractive, whatever that may be, get paid more. They get hired more often. They get more privileges. But we also, in our decision making, give a lot of credence to people we find attractive. So if we are hiring and someone is a brunette with blue eyes and that's your thing, you tend to say, oh, this person is valuable. Let me listen to them in a different way. They already have a step up. If you do not like redheads, the redhead comes in, that can also be the halo horns. If you like blondes, and a blonde person comes in, you kind of give them it's a halo. Give them a little up on that. If you don't like tattoos and somebody comes in with visible tattoos, you can't stop looking at the tattoos. You can't hear what they're saying. This building is on fire. Why would he put that on his arm? What is happening? Is that a snake? What is that? So, halos and horns, some of these overlap. Gender bias. Pretty straightforward. Affinity bias. We are attracted to those things that remind us of ourselves. Or we are attracted to those things who are like us. So the example of going into a room of Mizzou Tigers, you're looking for a jail. Please, somebody with some red on? Nobody. That's why it's so important when you are in the room and you see the other, that you make them feel well. Because they're struggling. Aversive bias. Okay, that's a minute. Aversive and symbolic bias are typically seen where those are individuals who will say to you, I think everyone's the same. I believe in diversity. I embrace diversity. And they may actually think that that's what they believe because that's what they're articulating. And they know that that's probably what you should say. But their actions don't support it. So when it comes up to vote on having a diversity internship program, they're like, well, why do we need to do that? You know, we should open it up to everybody. Everybody's the same. Everybody should pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Well, that's fine if you have boots, but if you have no bootstraps and you can't have any bootstraps if you don't have boots. So they'll say we support diversity, but things that would actually live diversity, they'll vote against. Okay. So because we work so quickly, because we use that system one, oftentimes when we see something, we make presumptions. We see Latinx children, we think, it must be illegal alien. See a Black woman with a fro. She's angry. You see somebody with a Trump sign, must be racist. See someone who's Muslim, probably a terrorist. Those are the quick things that our minds will do. So that's why it's important to say, okay, wait, hold up, particularly in situations where you're making decisions. Why am I making this decision? What is it based on? Is it based on just this quick analysis and assumptions that I've made? Or is this because this is really what's happening here? And that's where I want you to make the pause. I'm not saying make the pause at the Kroger. But I am saying when you're making decisions about what should happen with the child, what is their home life? Who's the person that we're gonna hire? That's when you need to stop and make sure what is the basis of my decision? How am I coming to that decision? So implicit biases can quickly turn into microaggression. That's how they're fed. The microaggression comes about because of the implicit bias. So it can be racial, ethnic, sexual orientation, identification, differently able, religious, gender, environmental, or any otherness. That person can be microaggressed. So what is a microaggression? It's the outward action. It can be verbal, it can be behavioral, it can be an environmental indignity. Comments, questions, or actions are rooted in bias and made as thoughtless. And it almost always has a negative impact or outcome for the recipient. Microaggressions have been distilled even further. They're micro assaults, micro insult, and micro invalidation. A micro assault, it's deliberate, but it's not necessarily intended to offend. This is a real life story. Gentleman goes into work, he works in a school, he's an assistant principal. His name is Jose, that's Kerrie. He goes in, he's late, his principal comes out and says, Jose, you must have had too many beef burritos last night, you overslept. Chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. Clearly the intention was to highlight something about his ethnicity in the comment. What you don't know, and what the white female secretary didn't know, who was sitting there and hearing this exchange, so there's a whole history of them and being burrito. So between them, it was funny as all get out. She was absolutely mortified and offended. And she filed a grievance about it. So you don't have to be the different person in the room to be microaggressed. You could be sitting there going, oh my God, I cannot believe this just happened in front of me. And that's what happened in this situation. So that's a micro insult. A micro insult is a little different. The person who's getting insulted, being microaggressed, like, did that just happen? And the person who did it may or may not even know they did it. So an example of that is, Barb, this memo is really outstanding. I just would have expected this level of information from you. Barb was like, what did she say to me? She didn't expect it because she didn't think I did the work. She didn't think I knew about it. What has just happened? But I feel some kind of way about what was happening. Person is giving her a compliment, completely oblivious about how that may have landed. That's a micro insult. Micro invalidation. This is completely unconscious. And in this instance, let's go back to Jose and use his example. Let's say Jose was offended and he goes out and he turns around and says, how could you say this to me? And the white secretary says, oh, you know that's Mike. Mike's just kidding. That's an invalidation posing. Another example of micro-validation is environmental. You saw that on the prior slide. Environmental microaggressions are an environment where you don't see any representation. So kids come in to your offices, nothing looks like them, nothing looks like their culture, nothing's inclusive. That can be considered a micro-invalidation. So other examples, I don't see color. When people say that, I think what they're saying is, I don't make decisions based on color. But what the person or the recipient hears is, you don't see me. You can't look at me and not see that I'm a Black woman. And moreover, rather than deal with how that may make you feel or your comfortability, you just ignore it. I'm not going to deal with it. You're so articulate. So I've had every now and again, people come up to me after a presentation. Listen. And I'm like, thank you. But what was your expectation? Was it so low that you didn't think I would be able to string a sentence together? And so the person who receives that is like, not sure what you're saying. When Barack Obama was running for president against Senator McCain, he was often in reports after the debates, oh, he's so articulate. I thought, this man is a Harvard graduate. He was editor of the Law Review. What did you expect? And I never heard them say, Senator McCain, he's so articulate. Like it was a surprise that he strung us in. You see the difference? You see how it lands? I have a blank friend or I've adopted a blank child. So therefore, I know everything about you. Oh, my child is transgender. You don't have to talk. I went to the store the other day and they gypped me out of my free gift. Gypsies in the world don't like. Oh, my personal favorite. I like country music. Whenever I tell people I like country music, they're like, how did that happen? So it is. And so I would say to you, the surprise that I had put you in a box. Therefore, when you step out of the box, it's like, what happened to you? So that, whether it's symphonic music, chorale, or ballet, that shows that you put people inside. I presume you're bilingual, just because you are a certain ethnicity. So if you have an accent, that obviously you must be bilingual, which isn't always true. Or if you're a certain ethnicity, oh, she can handle it. She can be the interpreter. Why do you think that? I don't speak this either. You're not like other Hispanics, Blacks, Asians, other disabled people. You don't strike me as gay. You don't act gay. Any of those would be other examples. So if you still don't get it, try the mosquito metaphor. Is it not working? Okay, I don't. Is it is this computer right? You want to go backward? We had a video in there. And I don't see it either. I don't see the little icon to play it. No worries. We may have to send you the mosquito metaphor. But let me just give you a preview of it. Huh? Well,
It is, but it,
I don't see, it doesn't look like it got embedded. There it is. Oh, look at this, yeah.
tested the audio.
For people who still don't think that microaggressions are a problem, oh, you're so well spoken. Just imagine, instead of being a stupid comment, a microaggression is a mosquito bite. Compliment. Mosquito bites and their itch are one of nature's most annoying features. If you're only bitten every once in a while, where are you really from? Sure, it's annoying, but it's not that big a deal. The problem is that some people get bitten by mosquitoes a lot more than other people. A lot more. Commuting to work, watching TV. Or just walking down the street with your partner. Okay. Mosquitoes seem to pop up every spot. Getting bit by mosquitoes multiple times a day. It seems like a huge overreaction. People who only get it every once in a while.
Just another angry black one.
Of course, beyond just being annoying, some mosquitoes carry truly threatening diseases that can last your life for years. Astrophysics? Maybe you should try this challenging nature. Another mosquitoes carry things that can even kill you.
Look like he's up front. I'm not right.
So next time you think someone's overreacting, just remember, some people experience mosquito bites all the time. And by mosquito bites, we mean microaggression.
So whatever I couldn't fill in the blank, hopefully this got you there. That's what microaggressions look like.
For people who still
Now we can get another. All right, so starting your journey. Before we go there, I just want to highlight the difference between a cognitive bias and an implicit bias. Cognitive bias dictates how we process information through a general lens. Implicit bias dictates how we process information through the lens of another person's individual characteristics. So cognitive is how we generally process, but implicit is that we're making decisions based on a person's characteristics, whether that's race, age, gender, then sexual identification, socioeconomic status. That's the difference. And implicit biases are typically where we tend to get. So, starting your journey. Change requires doing things differently. This is my husband's favorite cartoon. The wheels are right there. They're just right there. And they're struggling trying to get it going. Sometimes the change is just right there. You just need to stop and step back. You have to recognize that you all see things differently. And that's okay. And that just because you see it differently doesn't mean it's wrong. Because from this person's perspective, it is absolutely not. And from this one, it's 6. So sometimes just pull it back and say, let me go over here and see what you're looking at. Oh, duh. And we're sometimes so unwilling to move from our position that just give the other person a chance. Hold on, hold it right there. I just want to. That moving from somebody else's position. Well, I'll say that. So if you're looking to have diverse hires, sometimes we have to do what we we suggest blind interviews. And blind interviews can come in a variety of ways. One, have someone that's in charge of receiving applications and blotting out names, addresses, so that you don't make presumptions because Laquanda, Washington, or certain addresses indicate certain people living there. The Chicago Symphony working diligently to have a diverse orchestra. One year they even had all the diverse people doing the process. And they still ended up with 5 white guys. They're like, how we got all our diverse people? Because we are so embedded in our expectations of what someone or something should look like. Whether it's the media, whether it's what we grew up being taught, what we see enforces or reinforces, all of those things. And so they said, we gotta figure this out. So what they started doing is putting a screen up, so you couldn't even see the person. All you could hear was the music. And they took it a step further. You can't see it on here, but they don't even let the people wear shoes because they don't want to hear a heel clicking across the wood floor. Intentional, thoughtful. How do we make this better? Next year, completely different look. And they've been very successful, probably one of the most diverse orchestras or symphonies in the country. Awesome. Little bit, just pull back. Having objective evaluation processes allow you to retain diverse staff or your staff in general. That's focused on performance, conditions, and criteria, and less on how people feel. So look at how you are evaluating. What are your tools? Are they very specific oriented questions? Does it require specific information, or is it like, well, how do you feel? Is it very open-ended? Because that tends to allow biases to come in unintentionally. Is it diversity throughout the organization? Harder to achieve it when I cannot see it. Really straightforward. Does your organization look diverse where people can see it? Do you elevate that? Are there clear pathways to promotion? Do people know how to get from A to Z? How do you move from just a team member to managing team? And is it very clear so that it doesn't seem like you have to know somebody who knows somebody who has a secret password to get a management position? Rules that penalize ethnicity. Do you have rules that say you have to have a neat hairdo? What is that? What does a neat hairdo mean? And who gets to decide that? Do you have, when you say a neat hairdo, does that include or exclude people with hajib? So those kind of rules are, whether they're written or unwritten, can impact diversity. Or if you are dealing with children and you are like, your hair, what's wrong with your hair? Because you don't understand braids or locks or those kinds of things. We can skip that. So you have to have what I call a strong EQ or emotional intelligence. Like, how does the room feel? How does this space feel with you in it and what you're saying and what you're doing? You have to be a change agent. You have to be self-aware. You have to be empathetic. And you need to be balanced in your approach. IQ, being smart, being knowledgeable, plus an emotional intelligence equals success in whatever you do. Being able to code switch or code mix is important. how I talk at my family reunion isn't how I would do a presentation. Isn't how I talk with my girlfriend. Isn't how I present in court. Isn't how I run a board meeting. Similarly, you have to be able to speak people's language in a way that doesn't offend or marginalize, and be mindful of it. I would say to you, women and people of color have been code switching as long as they've been working. They gotta fit in. You gotta get in and you gotta fit in. But even we have problems as minorities or the other in the room. And my example of that is I have a client, and one of the individuals in the company that I deal with is non-binary, and they use they and them. I'm an English major. I cannot, without really thinking about it, say they are. Oh no, they is. I'm like, you see, I can't even do it for you all. And so when I'm using pronouns like they, them, or to honor that person, it is tough. So I don't want anyone to think that, oh, Dana, you're a minority, you got this. Not true. I struggle. Just the other day, huge faux pas. People talking about their in-law. I knew they had a daughter, they're talking about their in-law, they were talking about them with their baby. And I said, so does your son-in-law, is your son-in-law's parents, that's their first grandchild? Like, that's our daughter-in-law. I made a presumption, right? Instead of saying their spouse or their partner, which would be inclusive language, which I actually teach people to say, I went right there and put my foot straight in my mouth. So I just want you to know, everybody who's trying to do the right thing doesn't always do the right. We need to be authentic. This doesn't work. People know when you're faking it. So be you. And be you where you are, with the hopes that you'll get, down the road, whatever that looks like. But don't try to be Dana. Be you. Be yourself. Be and accept where you are right now, with the hopes that you get better, right? But don't try to be something that you're not, because everybody's going to know. Be gracious. That means when somebody screws up, you don't eat their faces off or spit it back at them. Be direct. Listen. Encourage expansion and suggest exploration. Micro affirmations. This is where you extend and invite someone and say, look, did you see what Leslie did? This is amazing. You lift Leslie up. You acknowledge her space. Okay, I'm gonna have to take a break. And I wanna come back and do your question right here. I have to go to the bathroom. I thought I went to the bathroom like 10 times before I came in here. My bladder hates me. So I'll be back.
Demonstrate for everybody.
Time stretch is now.
You're a toxin director. You're doing Sonic drinks for you tomorrow. It's sign up. You don't sign up before 5 today, when I leave from the weekday, not getting a Sonic. Dishes laying back there, my.
not really. I don't think, I feel like. It's not working. Oh, I know, I have, for various amounts. Exactly. That's great. Really? And it's nice to meet everybody in person. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but not at all. And remember I was I think we enough time and she can. She's doing really, really well. Yeah, I think you're confused. I know. At the beginning. There's one second. I think it's good. But it's just hard. It's really, it's more. Thank you so much. I could stand up there and dance, or I could go try to finish this, but it was. My last, like, no, now, right now. So, before, and I see, I know I was distracted because before we started the journey, I was gonna ask you to share your goals because that's kind of part of the conversation. So, Adriana, what did you have as your hope at the end of all of this?
That we find ways to be better at identifying my own biases, so I can you can't do anything about it till you're aware of it.
Anybody else have a similar, like just becoming aware? Okay. Miss Daniels, Amy Daniels?
I have attended several meetings on that will continue to do.
Okay, okay, anybody else have that similar? Okay. Exactly, very similar, okay. Eric, I'm not gonna see, I know this young lady thought, oh, I'm next. I'm gonna switch up on you.
I'm hopeful to, more information to bring back.
Okay,
Available.
okay. And I'll pick somebody in the back. The beautiful lady next to the guy in the purple. Can't see your, is it Angela?
It's the same one. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. Lady in the orange. I can't see yours. Is it Caitlin, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna see her. I would say my goal is to work as much information. Adding at the statewide level for our children in care, that I do so, in an appropriate way that. For all.
Great. That's lovely. I like that. All of, the thing is, we come to these things and it's like another one of those. And so it's always kind of good to, have a goal, have some thoughts about what you would like to see. And so when I started, that's what I knew. Let me just go to that. I forgot to do that part because I wanted to talk to you about this journey. And so the journey is not only one for the organization, but it's really a personal one because the organization only moves if you move. And I think it's really important, and this is probably my personal criticism that I have about DEI work in the space, is that it's the presumption that you have to, and I'm going to use everyday terms, you must be liberal to believe in DEI. If you're conservative, you're not welcome. Whatever those things, words represent out in the world, that seems to be the notion. And so you have people who really would like to be different, but they feel like, I don't want to give away my, whatever those values are, to be in this space. And I would say to you that if DEI doesn't include you, it's not DEI. Everybody has to be at the table. Because when everybody's at the table and every viewpoint is valued and heard, then the best decisions are made, the best outcomes are reached. No side has the top dog, all encompassing information and reason to do anything. We make our best decisions, we have our best outcomes, and everyone is welcome. And so I was going to tell you about what it looks like to me when you have diversity and where everyone feels welcome. So I was doing a presentation in North Carolina and for the North Carolina Bar Association. There was a different DEI presentation, and in that one, I have a slide where it's a clip, like the microaggression clip. And it's an elevator open. There's a very tall, statuesque blonde woman in the elevator. And in walks a very diminutive Black man. And the height differences are, very real. And as soon as he steps in, she grabs her purse, eases back in the corner, and he breaks the fourth wall and he talks to me. And he says, I know you don't think you saw me. No, I know you don't think I saw that, but I did. It happens all day, all over America. Just a little conversation like that. And then it's so and so. And then he turns around and goes, boom! And she jumps and it says, and the elevator closes and it says, now you know. And people chuckle, just like he did. And one lady raised her hand and she said, I would feel exactly like the lady on the elevator. Got very quiet. And there are two choices that you have in that space. When someone says something that's like, that's not what you're supposed to say. You might think it if you don't say it. What are your choices? You can be like, really? How could you be that way? Or Tell me. Tell me. Don't explain yourself. Don't say explain that to me. Because you don't know me explanation. But I just want to hear more. So she says, I was sexually assaulted in any kind of close place with any man, purple, which is another issue, it's a purple man. Blue, green, white, black, I would feel, that would be my immediate response, back away. It was one of my proudest moments. Let me tell you why. One, I had let her know she could speak her truth. Might not agree with it, might think it's wacky, but she could speak her truth. And she felt comfortable enough to say, this is who I am and this is what I do.
You create a safe space.
And I call it gracious faith. Because grace is unmerited favor. It is what I give you because I want to. So when I create a gracious space for you, you now have a space to be you. And I give it to you without expecting anything back. And moreover, if you tread on me, I'm not going to eat you. I'm going to say, let's talk about it. The other reason it made me proud was because I learned something. And that means I'm still open enough. I'm not so, I don't know everything, but I still have space to learn and move forward. And so I love to tell that story because people are like, I haven't been sexually assaulted either. I would have never thought. We have our most rich discussions and opportunities when we say, tell me more. Create a gracious space or a safe space. And then when we say, not what I expected, tell me more. And so I would encourage you as you are dealing with your advocates, as you're representing children, and you come into an environment or a situation you're like, what the? Don't say what the. You might end here, but I like to learn more about it. Educate me, help me understand, help me see your viewpoint. All of those are ways for people to feel like they're being valued, they're not being judged. And then, you may be lucky like me and go, damn, I never thought about that. But if we come in with these preconceived notions and thoughts about what you are and who you are and why you are, we lose the capacity to say, tell me more. So in the journey, that was how it was supposed to start the journey, y'all. So in the journey, you gotta think different. You gotta move the viewpoints, other viewpoints, be willing to step on the other side of the 6 or the 9 and see it. And then microaffirmation. This is where you raise up that person that's the other in the room. I saw you. I saw what you did. I appreciate you. And you can do it just one-on-one, or you can do it in a group setting, whatever is appropriate. You aren't expecting to be lifted up, you're lifting others. Okay, let's do it. Allyship, we hear about it. What is it? Go ahead, Mr. Allyship. They listen to those around them, they adapt their thinking, they rework what they believe, they are open to change. They are comfortable with being uncomfortable. Allies champion persons in underrepresented communities and are actively involved in aiding their career progression or their success. Allies use inclusive language. They don't say your daughter-in-law or son-in-law, they say your spouse or your partner. Allies engage in an array of voices and viewpoints. They listen to different podcasts, they read different books. They listen to more than one newscast. Allies pass the microphone. They don't presume to speak for the voices. This is not allyship. You don't need white saviors, heroes, or sheroes. Examine why you're getting involved with DEI. What are your long-term goals? Do not center yourself, presuming you know what is needed. Offering cumbersome and unhelpful assistance. Speaking for the voiceless. What I call DEI porn. So you're always taking pictures and settings. And I tend to find this with corporate people. Here's our corporation helping this poor little Hispanic child, and then that's it. Nothing really is there behind. That to me is DEI. Call out inappropriate behaviors. Don't tell me what they said about me. Tell me why they were comfortable saying it. Why did they think that joke would be okay? Why did they think telling you, you'd be like, yeah, that's funny. Join differently. So these are personal steps that you can take. If you go to a different meeting or you hang around different people, you're going to get different people. Doing something you're like, nobody can believe I joined this. One, they need your dues money. They're gonna welcome it. But the other part is that you can learn something. And it broadens your viewpoint. Go to the festival. I mean, we're all in the Midwest. Somebody's always having a festival. Don't let the name throw you. Go and experience someone else's culture. That makes you think differently. It gives you a different viewpoint. Check out that television special that you didn't think you wanted to look at. Expand your library. If you only read about America through one lens, you don't know anything about your country. Talk to some different people. Talk to that tiger, even if you are a Jayhawk. And don't start your conversation off with, I like tigers. Let's have a little conversation about it. So my husband and I were getting picked up by car service, and the guy says, we get in and he says, I went to high school with a black guy. I thought to myself, so did I, but that's inappropriate, right? And he says, I love soul food. Do you like soul food? Some of it. I'm looking at my husband going, kill me now, Or you're the Latin ex-Hispanic person, it's like, you walk up there, I love Cinco de Mayo. Yeah, come on. We're better than this. You don't have to, you can talk to them about, you can talk to the other in the room about the same thing we talk to everybody else. Don't point out my way. I know you're okay. It's okay. We're okay. Difference is okay. I think that's the centerpiece of this. And people think we're different, it's a problem. We're different, it's okay. It really is. You can talk to me about the Chiefs. In fact, I would prefer you talk about the Chiefs. You can talk to me about the Royals. You can talk to me about, the new airport at KCI that we're all terrified of right now. All of that, anything, but you don't have to talk to the different person about their difference. They would appreciate it. Discuss diversity within your own sphere of influence. So I hear some of you all saying, I'm here to learn so I can do better. I can lift things up in a different way. So you're right on target, right there. Consider and be mindful of the impact of diversity on your own decision making. So how are you, what are you doing? Are these decisions reflect where you really want to go? There are organizational and personal benefits from doing this. First of all, you have better engagement and creativity. You have improved decision-making. This is a Tropicana 50 commercial. This is her trainer. I can't remember her name. She was on 30 Rock. I like her. She was actually, her first big role was in Vacation. She was the daughter. I know nobody in the room looked like me when they met me. Because it looks pretty. Oh, she's punishing him because he was wrong about the calorie count. If they had a person that looked like me, they would have known. Black people used to be sad. This is a trigger for me. But when you don't have those differences in the room to say, pull up, don't do that. We make those mistakes. It increases your communication channels. It increases your professionalism overall. It is a unique and challenging journey. Very much like the butterfly. Start off crawling. You get comfortable, like, oh, I got this. And then you realize the struggle is only begun. And it takes so much work to get here, where you can stop fly. But just think about it. If you can just get here, that's where we all want to get. We're beautiful, fly. That's what we want to get. So I encourage you. I hope this was helpful. Have a wonderful rest of your session. And thank you for giving my bladder. Thank you.
We have a few minutes for questions.
Absolutely. She's being so kind. I'm a TV judge. I'm not a real judge. She's so kind to say so though. Any questions whatsoever? I'm happy to take them. And my husband acts like he's getting ready to raise his hand. Stop it. Anybody? Well, thank you so much. I hope you all have you all have more this afternoon, correct? Okay. Well, have a great session.
Thank you.
Oh, I love it. Me and my mother will be wrestling about the team. Because these are her regular mom. Yeah, it's my mother. I have to share. You all have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you so much for these little items. Take care.
You guys have attendance, right? For our next year starts at 2:40. A little bit more. So feel free to get out and stretch, hydrate, whatever. You need it.
Right.
Oh, and they brought me a new clicker.
Not not you specifically, but in general.
Got me one that's from modern times.
Built in this decade.
I wanted to show her a couple of things in the slide before we shut it down. In a couple minutes. Yeah,
No, no problem. But I didn't like that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I prefer it's 45. Yeah.
That'll be next month's up. Oh.
Didn't find it, yes. But he.
I have it. No, I saved it for you.
No.
You can come. I did my best.
I literally called my board and said, I don't know.
Sure. Do you want to do that?
Literally, the day after, no. My intern started the day for the day.
No, it's just like a recording.
You can't release him. Until like a different.
So,
Yeah.
Not as ugly.
I love that.
Before we introduce Kerrie Leonard with the Office of the Child Advocate, I'm gonna ask everyone to kind of go down the line and introduce yourself, give your name, give your program, whether you're CASA, CRB, where you're located in the state, and your CASA name. If you would, please, there's a lot of new people in the room. That would just be great to have everyone in. And I'm gonna start with your.
Is integration.
My name is Daniels, I'm CASA for 31st. We have 4 counties in South. Hi, my name is Jen Ratcliffe. I'm with 9th CASA. I'm the new executive director. This is my 3rd day.
I'm new to your Largo, and I'm the volunteer clinic at CASA in South Kansas. I'm Janae Duran, I'm with the 16th district, Project Open Receiving, the executive director of
I'm Kristen Osborne from also the High Plains out of Gates.
Kelsey Wilson, I'm new executive director for Institute Alpha, Health School District, 6 counties. I'm Natalie King, president of
Then they could strike my CASA, 3 counties, Butler, Northern Carroll, all of us. Where to say where we are, and everybody knows more of Wichita is, so we're right next to Sedgwick County, so.
Jennifer Gray with Central Kansas CASA, the 20th Judicial District. We cover 5 schools. I'm Crystal Horn with Bourbon County CASA in the southeast corner of the state, and I'm the program director.
Eric Vaughn, Douglas County CASA.
Deborah Billingsley as executive director of Jennifer and Lonard, the director of Sunflower CASA of Manhattan. We serve right in Colorado.
I'm Kerrie Sanchez. I am the director for the as well as council for Hills with the which is in our now like 2 counties. Long
So. Are you introducing? Yeah, sorry, I'm Kelly Meyer. I'm in the first level of accent. No, okay. I'm Kim Gerson, court of the 8th with this CASA. I'm Carmen Massengill, and I am the CRB director for Angela Owens, I'm with the 28th Judicial District CASA program director. So counties, Ottawa and State.
I'm Todd Eichmann, I'm the court administrator for the 28th district. I fall under the CRB umbrella as the program director for, we call it truant series, which is for us.
Well, thank you. I just thought that we would give everyone an opportunity in the room to see all the new faces. We've had quite a bit of turnover in the last 1.5 years. So wanted to give that opportunity. I'm Caitlin Aiken. I'm the state director for CASA. Kristen Hines is in the red. She's our state trainer. And then Russell Morano is with OJA Black Box. So we have a couple more minutes before I think on the schedule we start. Thank you guys for doing that. Oh, also child advocate needs your help getting resources. Getting our name out, promoting, marketing, let foster parents, foster youth, and sorry, I did not want to. Everyone. That's. So you would take some of these back to your local courtrooms. That would be super great. That way parents know, foster parents, anyone within the system that would need some additional help, services, whatever, they have that resource.
So feel free to copy those. If you need us to provide copies, just let us know and how many, and we'll try to get those to you. There's also, you can access a PDF of the brochure as well on the website. And older youth. So I feel like that's, I'm meeting with some, with the DCF youth program coordinator and group Friday. But would love to have the ability to really reach out to some of those older youth who share their experience with us.
Kerrie, did I reach you officially or no?
Well, no, I was waiting, because I think Caitlin's up in there in 2 minutes, so I'll just. Yeah, like 30 minutes. You can go for it. See, that's fine, perfect. Depends on how it's going, I can do things. Okay,
This is Kerrie Lonard. She is the child advocate for the state of Kansas. She joined the division by appointment on December 12th, 2021, serving a 5-year term. Previously, Kerrie spent 14 years with Kansas Legal Services with a focus on poverty law issues, serving as both staff attorney and managing attorney. Kerrie supervised staff in providing legal assistance in areas of housing, consumer, public benefits, and child and family law matters. Kerrie has represented children and youth as guardian ad litem, as well as parents and interested parties in child and youth care proceedings. Prior to earning a law degree, Kerrie worked as a school social worker for 5 years and other foster care and child advocate roles, including as class volunteer. Kerrie earned a Bachelor of Social Work from the University of Kansas, a Master of Social Work from Washburn University, and is a graduate of Washburn University School of Law. Kerrie has served on the Kansas Supreme Court Task Force on Permanency Planning as a GAL, as panel member, and former chair for the CAPTA Citizen Review Panel and Safe to Petition CJA Task Force. And presently serves as the National Association of Counselors for Children State Coordinator for the state of Kansas. This is Kerrie Lonard. Give her a hand.
so I appreciate everyone this afternoon, and I think late in the afternoon, I feel like I have a lot of late meetings, so I'll try to keep everyone awake. I'm surprised that I don't recognize as many faces as I expected. So it sounds like there was turnover. So I appreciate hearing your names and your experiences. And I hope that as we move forward in the future, that our division and staff can get to know you guys and what's happening in your areas and how we can hopefully facilitate change and improvements to our system. So, I know you guys heard a lot about my background professionally, so I'll just share a little bit about me personally, real quick, just so you guys know where I come from. So I reside in Lawrence, Kansas, and have done so primarily worked out of our Shawnee County, Topeka, Kansas Legal Services office. I'm married to someone I feel like I've known forever, but we met when I was 20. We have 2 boys. I have a senior and a freshman at Free State School, and I have 2 crazy dogs who keep us very busy and love the outdoors. So just a little bit about me. I brought with me today 3 of our 5 staff, that includes myself, just to introduce all of you, put names and faces together, give them an opportunity to hear maybe more about CASA. We may have 1 or 2 of them. We're going to sneak over to the Capitol for the Kansas Racial Symposium event, just to support that. So if you see 1 or 2 of them, that's very interesting. So I'm going to go ahead and just introduce them real quick so we don't miss out. So I have Elizabeth Falsgraf here at the front. She came to the Kansas Division of the Child Advocate from Missouri. She's a master social worker, did child abuse investigations and supervision. And remind me of your role with NASW for those social work.
Chapter.
Then Brooktown, case analyst, came to the Division of Child Advocate with a history with, she worked for DCF doing child abuse investigations, and then worked with on both the Kansas and Missouri side for one of the private contractors, working with foster families and providing supervision. Then we have Sarah Giesig. I butchered her name yesterday in front of the Joint Committee, which I don't know whether it's so. Sarah is our office administrator, and she joined us from a background in childcare as a former childcare director, an early childhood specialist, and have worked with Becca. And then we have, and then we have Wendy Watson, who is one of our other case analysts. She actually resides out in Western Kansas, so she works remote, and so she wasn't able to join us in person today. And she comes to us with a history out of another state, doing child abuse and neglect investigation, supervision, some case management in her prior life, as well as doing some investigations for their ombudsman program there. So she brings a good vast experience to our division. So I've done this presentation, a lot of it for different folks, and it's transformed. And I picked kind of this background because I feel like it just has some hope and some light. So as we are looking at our child welfare systems, thinking about what is working and what is not working and what we can do better. I do have a lot of hope as far as a lot of the programs and things that we are doing here in the state to improve. So the Kansas division, the Child Advocate, was established via executive order, first through 2127 back in October, and then 2128. 2127 established the Office of Public Advocates. And so that essentially pulled three entities together, which was the Kansas, the King Care Ombudsman Office, which had been already established, but was under a different department. And then we had the Long-Term Care Ombudsman, who has also been established by both federal and state law for quite some time. And so they created the Office of the Public Advocates to really just bring all of us together under one umbrella as we are working in similar capacities for the state. 2128 then created the Division of the Child Advocate. That was done in October. I was appointed in December. And so really it's been working the last almost 9 months, building the division, creating policies and procedures, hiring a team, and really doing some outreach and figuring out how our division can be a resource and have impact. So our mission, it's a long mission. So those of you who have done training on how to write a mission, I know we probably need to condense it, but it was challenging. And so I'm just going to look at the portion where it's underlined, which is really providing independent oversight, increased accountability for our state child welfare services, improving delivery and deepening confidence to our child welfare system. And our role in doing so really is doing those investigations, managing and hearing those concerns and experiences, and figuring out where we can have impact along the way. And I'll talk through what we're planning and doing. So I have a picture of puzzles and drops. And so when I think about the child welfare system, I think about systems that are overlapping. I think about puzzle pieces and how we can have impact and how we can have change, and how really just hopefully one drop can make a difference in that ripple effect. So even if it's just a small piece of the puzzle, if it's one change that we can make, we hope that we can have that ripple effect and have an impact across the board. And so really that's one of the goals within our office and our team, is thinking about how we can play a piece and have impact at all levels. So whether it's the micro level within the case, whether it's within the systems and policies and procedures within a particular region or practice, and then on a larger scale. So just a quick historical context with the division. Back, I should have wrote down dates, but I didn't. But there was a child welfare system task force that was created quite a few number of years ago. Some of you may recall that. You may have even participated or been a part of that. And really they did a in-depth look at what is happening here in Kansas and made some pretty significant recommendations that were detailed, that had different tiers. And at one point there was the discussion regarding developing some type of child advocate office in conjunction with a DCF ombudsman. There was a DCF foster care ombudsman for a while that folks could utilize, and that position is no longer in place. There's been several legislative bills that have been proposed and discussed over the years. Most recently was in 2021. There was a lot of similarities between those bills, and there were some differences in regards to different authorities, different access, and really where it should be housed. And so thinking about how best to create the division so that it can be independent in its nature. They just weren't quite able to reach an agreement in regards to what it should look like and how it should move forward. And I think that led then to the executive orders being issued so that we could get started, see what's going to work here in Kansas, and then hopefully reach a point that it can be in statute in the future. So there is back in October of 2021, the National Conference of State Legislators issued a summary essentially or study of the different programs across different states. So there's approximately 23 or so child advocate or child and family ombudsman divisions or offices in other states. And so it's something that obviously Kansas has been looking at for quite some time. There's other states that have had that have been established since the mid-90s. Missouri's had one since the early 2000s. And so all of them different models, they're different. They have different authorities, they have different roles. And so part of what I have been doing over the, when I first started was really reaching out to some of those other programs to find out what their history was, what their experiences were, how they have developed, how they have really evolved over the years, things that they have faced in regards to barriers and obstacles, in the hopes that here in Kansas, we can avoid some of those pitfalls and build a solid. So best practices, really, and this model is again after other states as far as best practices, which is the goal of the division is to first of all come at it with a neutral lens. And when we hear stories from folks and concerns, and their experiences, we want to honor those and value those, but we also need to recognize, particularly in our role with the division and looking at cases and how things are working as systems, is realizing that that's not the only lens, and looking at it from then that we're looking at it from all aspects, and we want to make sure that we're doing a thorough investigation. So if we may hear a particular concern from a parent whose child is now in the custody of the secretary, but we also want to make sure that we're hearing from the state as to why that child was brought into custody in the first place. We may want to hear from the therapist. We may want to hear from the CASA. We may want to hear from the guardian ad litem. And so the foster parents or grandparents or whoever they're placed with, if they're placed with him. And so wanting to make sure that we're coming at it from that neutral lens and neutral perspective. Independence, we want to make sure that we're operating from a place of independence. So we're not actually representing the individual who brought the complaint to us. We're not representing the judicial system. We're not representing the legislature. We're not representing the executive branch. That we're coming at it from the independent, neutral position. And then confidentiality across the board. So in everything that we do, and you guys are very aware of this, is that we're talking about very confidential information in regards to children and families, mental health records, other health records, education records, the dynamics within their family. And so we want to make sure that we're honoring that confidentiality just in regards to the cases themselves. But on top of that, we also want to honor the confidentiality of the complainant who has brought their concern to us. We want to make sure that they feel safe and comfortable coming to our division to share their concerns. If any of you have followed any of it or heard, or probably maybe in your experience, we hear the word retribution a lot. That if someone is voicing a concern, if they're trying to advocate for change, if they're trying to, whatever the case may be, that there's a fear, a concern, or the experience that they've had in regards to retribution. And so we want to make sure that we are protecting whoever brought the concern to us, and that we're not playing a part of that. So goals and objectives. I think I've talked a little bit about those, which is making sure that we're protecting confidentiality, that we're providing responses, empowering folks, and I'll talk a little bit more about those specifically. Jump ahead there. Who can file a complaint? So there are some states by statute who actually it narrows down who is able to file a complaint. So here in Kansas, at this point in time, we're able to accept a complaint from any concerned citizen. And so we may receive a complaint from a youth, and on our website, we try to make a youth-friendly complaint form for them to fill out and on their own if they would like. The parents, foster parents, the adoptive or prospective parent. A guardian ad litem, we've received complaints from guardian ad litems already, any adult relative. We have received referrals from constituent services, whether it's for a particular legislature or through the governor's office. Other mandated reporters, mental health providers. So really anyone can bring a concern to us, and obviously depending on what their relationship and their role is, they're going to be able to provide us, different information about what. So there's three essentially types of investigations that and this is modeled after other states and learning from them of how they've been able to narrow down what their investigations look like. So majority of what we're managing right now is case-specific investigation. So someone may have brought maybe parent has brought us a concern about their particular case and their child and what has happened. And so we're looking at very case-specific investigations, very specific concerns, whether it's about initial removal, maybe it's about parent-child visits not happening, transportation issues, or they're not receiving support to work their case plan tasks, and so they're concerns about reasonable efforts towards the goal. Then we have the systemic investigation. That's really looking at, is there something that's happening maybe in a particular region? And we're looking at those systems and how they're interplaying. Maybe there's an interesting interplay between the courts and DCF and the case management and the school district. And what is happening systemically and how is that impacting then the practices? And so we may be looking at more of a focused systemic issue in an area or a particular agency. Then building from there, potentially we may have a KDCA initiated investigation. And really that's going to be based on information, data, and what we're learning and hearing from the other two types of investigations, and whether it seems appropriate then for us to look at a larger scale. So for instance, if we're hearing particular concerns from individual cases, then we're seeing a systemic issue, maybe in this area, and we're starting to see that it seems more chronic, that it's maybe happening at a larger scale. So maybe we need to look at it more statewide. Then that's something that, we may do in the future, looking at a larger scale. Some things that we cannot do. So this is, I think, probably one of our biggest challenges, just maybe with our case analysts, and I know Sarah when she's first talking to folks, and we're trying to be really, really intentional about talking with folks about this early on, which we maybe didn't do the best job when we first started because we just didn't realize that it was going to be as much of an issue for folks. But when they come to us, they have a lot of concerns and they want change and they want there to be a particular outcome. And so when they contact us, let's say a court order that they're very unhappy with happened, and they want us to be able to come in and say, sorry, judge, don't like that court order. You shouldn't have done that. You need to change it. And we don't have the authority to do that. And so making sure that we're letting folks know that we can't overturn a court order. We don't have that type of authority. That there's other avenues then for them to pursue with their attorney in order to address that. We can't mandate the reversal of an agency decision. So we can't go in and say, hey, St. Francis, we don't like what you said and did. We're going to mandate that you change that. We don't have the authority to do that. We can work within the process and try to point out whether a policy and procedure maybe wasn't followed, ask some questions, promote different practices, but we can't mandate a reversal. But we can't offer legal advice. And I tell folks this all the time. That's really hard for me sometimes when I'm like, oh, I just want to give you the legal advice. And so I have to direct them elsewhere and at least just provide some education in general. So investigate allegations of abuse or neglect. So we're not going to redo or step in the shoes or role of DCF. If there is, and if they're trying to report an abuse, neglect, and there's an immediate safety issue, then obviously we're going to direct them to the hotline and or law enforcement to do that. We can't interfere with the criminal court proceedings. So again, we can't mandate a court order change. We can't go in and tell the judge they have to do something different. We can work within the systems and try to facilitate change, but we can't actually interfere and stop an action or proceed. And then as far as individual complaints about judges and attorneys and guardian ad litem, that is something that we've received so far. You know, they can't reach their attorney, they're very unhappy with how they're being treated, or there's no communication, or their guardian ad litem, they're concerned about the fact that maybe they're not doing their independent investigation and advocating in a way that they think is best for the child. So we're looking at systems and how those interplay. And it may be that in that particular case, we're looking at it as an overall issue about how that's all working. But if they have a particular complaint about John Smith not returning their phone calls, ignoring them so they can't prepare for their case, that's not something that we can directly investigate, but there are other avenues. So we want to make sure that we're providing them the resource to do so. And so we're going to give them the Kansas Attorney Discipline Administrators information, website, phone number, so that they can file a complaint there and have it investigated if they would like to pursue that. So when we first receive contact by an individual, they're either gonna, they're usually reaching us through our website form, or they've been giving us a call. You may have heard through some of the things yesterday that there were concerns that we didn't have a phone number. We do have a phone number. We've had a phone number since my second day. First it was with me, and then each of our staff members have had a phone number. What we did struggle with was that we also wanted to ensure that there was a toll-free number available as well. And we were given the green light to advertise it, and then it wasn't working. And so then I had to say, hey, it's not available, but it was just the toll-free number. Otherwise, we did have a working number. And so we've definitely been managing calls and communication that way. And that's something that Sarah is managing up front when folks give us a call. So once they have completed the form, whether it's through our website or we've sent it to them, or if they're having difficulty accessing it through the website, then it might be something that Sarah's completing with them through the phone, through a call. We've also had a few walk-ins, not a lot, but we've had a few people show up in person. Then we're gonna look at those forms and information, and then our goal is to really make contact with the individual, particularly if it's through the web, within 48 hours, just to confirm that we've received it, and if there's additional questions and information that we can gather. Then from there, we're staffing the concerns or the complaints as a team. So that process right now, we're being very intentional with being so new and building our own policies and procedures. So that will probably, transform over time and what that looks like and how much time we take on that. But that's really that next step, is to look at what the complaint is, where it's at, what information that we need, and whether it's within our scope. So possible next steps, we may be making additional contact to get information gathering. And if it's within our scope, then we may be assigning that case to one of our 3 investigators, or myself, although I've had to put a stop to personal ones just because I have a lot of other things going on. So most likely it would be assigned to either Elizabeth, Brooke, or Wendy at this point in time to move forward with the investigation. They're going to do information gathering and interviews, looking at documents. So they may be, doing interviews with the case management team, with supervisors, with guardian ad litems, with county attorneys, whoever they deem is important for them to gather information from based on the concerns. If the 10-day contact letter, we've had some folks obviously that have either submitted a form or given us a call, and we just haven't been able to connect again. So we will try to at least send another email, make a phone call, at the very least send a 10-day contact letter saying, hey, we're just going to put it on hold and close your case, but feel free to reach back out if we haven't heard. Because I know circumstances change for people. Concern, if we've decided that it's outside the scope, we don't want to just tell someone, hey, sorry, we're it, close the door, we can't help you, and we're not going to talk to you anymore. We do try really hard to still connect them with other resources if we can. And so one, we want to try to explain why it may be outside of our scope. If we can provide resource referrals, even if it means helping, hey, can I have permission to give your name and number to so-and-so so that you can connect, or can I include an email and CC? And so we can circle that around and make sure that you get direct contact with whoever the resource is that you're needing. If we can do that when we try to. If it means us trying to get some just general information, I think, you know, we had one that like it was a child care licensing question. And we're not the entity that can provide information, look into it, investigate it, but we definitely wanted to try to connect the individual with those groups that who could get the information. And so trying to make those connections and bridge that. And then we've had some folks who contact us and say, here's what's going on, here's everything. I'm not ready to file a formal complaint. I don't want you to necessarily open a case, but can you just kind of keep us on your radar? We'll check back in, vice versa, and see how things go. So we've had a few where we just kind of, we're monitoring, we're checking in, they're checking in just to see if it's something that they want to pursue more formally. So in an initial complaint, when we send the notice, we're first giving notice to DCF in that area, and then your case management and child placement agency provider, if that's applicable. So for example, if it's in, you know, a part of Kansas City, then we may be sending it to our regional DCF director there, someone in administration, and we may be then notifying, let's say, for example, Cornerstones of Care. And we're not going to give them any identifying information. It's really just saying a heads up, we're going to kind of be in your area. So again, we want to make sure that whoever brought us the complaint, because we've had some case managers bring complaints to us, and we want to make sure that they continue to feel like they can communicate with us in a safe way. And so we really just send a general notice, and then and then after that, we make more direct contact. So we usually send, depending on who we're dealing with, like some of our case management providers, we can just get into their system with a case that we opened, and we can review their records. Other providers manage their systems differently, and we can't do that. And we have to put a formal request and get those records from them because of how they manage their records. And so, you know, we want to make sure that we're getting those records from them, from the case management provider, so that we can look at what's going on and how things are documented. And we're also looking at the DCF information, maybe about if it's about how the kids came into custody, then we're going to be looking at that information as well. And then identifying who should be our best contacts. Who's working the case? Do they have a family support worker? Is it a case manager? Who else is involved? And then as we're investigating, once we get the information that we deem is necessary, we've done the interviews that we think are important to have, and we're pulling all of the information together based on the complaints, then we're going to put that together in a conclusion that's going to address what the specific concerns to us were. And we're going to let folks know if we believe this concern was supported or unsupported by the information that we gathered. And then within that, we would provide some formalized recommendations if we think that there needs to be some changes in practices, maybe a modification to a particular procedure or policy or practice. That first goes to the agencies that are involved specifically. So if it is a DCF policy or practice and we are recommending a particular change or to the CMP, they're going to receive that and have 10 days to provide a response if they would like to. Some states mandate a response from the agency every time, no matter what it is. Kansas is different, I think, in so many ways because we're privatized. And so we've been trying to take what happens in other states and how it's going to fit here in Kansas. You know, if you go to one of the other states that's run by their entity like DCF, right? Everything's kept in one place. All of their case managers are in one place, all of their information, everything's, in one centralized process. So we're trying to figure out how best to communicate and work in a privatized system, how that operates. Once that 10 days passes, then we want to make sure that we're providing a response to the person who brought the complaint to us. And we're trying to be very intentional with how we provide that information to honor who brought the complaint to us, and not just be another service that says, hey, we got your complaint, we've addressed it, thank you. We want to make sure that we're really giving them at least whatever summary we can to show that we've done our investigation, that we've addressed their concerns, and then here's our recommendations. And if we do have an agency response, then we're including that in what they receive. If they're the parent, for example, or the guardian ad litem, they're going to have access to a lot more information in the summary than, let's say, the neighbor who lives next door and has seen concerns with what's happening and has brought that concern to us. And so it may look different. So there are going to be potentially some folks who it is pretty limited in what they have access or can receive. And I guess I should have said this before, but I can just ramble. So you guys don't ever hesitate to just interrupt, raise your hand, yell at me if you have questions, because I'm more than happy to stop and answer. Okay. So before I keep going. Okay. When we're looking at what we can do, I have the list of what we cannot do, but what we can do is we really try to break it down into different levels. The first one is intervention. And if we can intervene in some capacity. Now, we can't mandate a change, but if we can come in and try to correct something that is happening, if we've identified it and we have enough information, then we want to come in and try to correct it, then we'll do that. Whether that's just by making a phone call, having a meeting, and it may be that we can't do that until we've wrapped it up and we've provided that formal recommendation. But that's more of an intense level of here's an issue, here's what needs to be corrected, and what can we do to assistance. Really, it's hopefully bringing people together early on. So if it is that I can't reach the case manager, they're not calling me back, I don't know what's happening, I'm not getting any information. If we can make a phone call and an email or whatever it is and say, hey, we've received this concern, here's the contact information, we need to make sure that you're connecting, then we want to try to do that right away and provide that assistance and bridge that gap. If it's, I haven't been able to have a parent-child visit for 2 months, I don't understand what's happening, I'm supposed to have them. If we can try to step in quickly and find out why that's not happening, and if it's because we can't get transportation, then let's brainstorm about how we can figure that out and try to get that rolling more quickly. Then we want to try to provide that assistance. And then monitor. We do have, like I said, we have some folks that have more formal complaints with us. And then we have those that we're just kind of monitoring along the way. We also have, a case or two that we've closed already, but we're still going to monitor to see that it reaches permanency in a timely manner and that things continue, hopefully in the right track for this child. So even though we may do the full investigation, address the concerns or that the complainant brought to us and provide some recommendations, there may be times or situations where we want to just monitor and make sure that things continue in the right manner. So. Additional goals, just as far as moving forward, part of what we're tasked with is continuing to really be educated on what's happening at the federal level, at the state level, at the local levels, and educate folks along the way about those practices and how we can implement those. And we're trying to incorporate that within our recommendations as well. We want to be a resource to provide information and education to those who are within the system, whether you're the parent, the foster parent, or the youth. And then really overall is tracking what we're hearing and learning and coming up with a way to track those outcomes for those larger systemic change and impact. And whether that's looking at different legislative bills that are coming across the board and do we have a particular position that we want to voice in favor or in modification or change to better practices here in Kansas. So, like I said, right now, we're viewing it as, we hope to be just one piece of the puzzle, one drop to facilitate change. We know that this division is not going to be the magic wand and fix the system that, we've been looking at and trying to improve along the way, but we do hope that we can have, that we can be relevant and that we can have impact. to better things for our children and families. And I think that that's going to happen at all levels. So that's just information about us and our contact information. We are on Facebook. We're trying to, so if you haven't liked us, friends us, I don't know, whatever. I'm not the social media person to yell at me about it.
Follow.
Twitter, I'm not even on Twitter. I'm working on it. I know. And then this is just our contact information. You'll see, I actually, when I sent this, so we were still, our toll-free number was still temporarily unavailable. And so when I submitted this for you guys, it is now working. So you can cross that off. But we, like I said, we still had our local number, and that's our website, and then how to find us on Facebook and Twitter. And that was just something that that Sarah helped create as one of our logos. So thank you. I went through some of that very quickly, so feel free to ask questions or comments or things that you've heard. If anyone, oh, yes.
Okay. So since you're not statutorily formed and you're under executive order, if a parent or somebody filed a lawsuit, would there's information be discoverable, or is that private? Is it secured through the federal law or something like that?
So that's a tough question, and one that within statute we would want to make sure that we clearly address. The information that we're receiving is still going to be, for the most part, protected under HIPAA. It's still going to be protected under our child native care code in regards to those records. The best evidence rules, because we're not the primary source. So, but yeah, I mean, I think it's something that definitely needs to be addressed in the future when we're looking at hopefully putting us into statute.
And then if there are systemic problems that aren't getting corrected, who do you report that to? Do you eventually go to the legislature?
That will be the intention. Yeah, the goal. Yeah, and there's one of the other things that I hope and dream for our division is really trying to look. I mean, there's a lot of groups that are looking at systemic issues, and so I have been on the citizens review panels for a long time, and I think one of the frustrations of folks that have been on that is that we talk about all the issues and we make these, we talk about what could happen and how we can make change. And the citizens review boards even are tasked with sending a letter to the agency outlining what their concerns are and what they think should happen. And sometimes you see some impact and change in response, but maybe not a lot. And so that's, one group that's already looking at it. There's a lot of work being done through the Court Improvements Permanency Task Force on projects and trainings. There's legislative audit that's looked at stuff. There's the lawsuit settlement where they're looking at changes. So there's a lot of different, places that are coming at our system saying, okay, here's what we can do. We're monitoring it. Here's where we can bring change. If we can help be that platform and bring all connect the dots and say, okay, here's what everybody's saying. Now let's really have some impact and make some progress. If we can somehow help facilitate that or be a part of that, then that's a goal.
So I serve on a couple of the groups, so you might be able to align with the new one. So should I just reach out to you? Because so one example is next week we're presenting the children's subcommittee. Over the governor, so hang on my recommendations. So there's probably alignment.
Probably.
Will be in the future.
Yeah.
Recommendations. It's currently I'm chair, I believe past chair, so I can be responsible forwarding that on to you. But is there, and within DCF and KDADs, are there people who are responsible for doing it to you, or is that on each subcommittee?
That would be on each subcommittee probably if they choose to. So we're at this point, there's nothing that's telling KDADs or DCF that they have to get us information. Okay. So we would welcome that. So yeah, Eric would be having more conversation later and call. Yeah, for sure. Something else. I guess. Well, to circle back. So yesterday I presented to the joint the Joint Committee on Child Welfare Oversight. And there are some charts and some information that is not included in this presentation because I had created it after the fact and we had just pulled some numbers. So just to give you an idea right now, majority of the concerns or complaints that have come to us have either come from natural or adoptive parents or foster parents. We do then also have complaints that have come from all those other individuals that you see on the list, but we do have, you know, a breakdown as far as about 25% from each of those, and then the rest of it is from those. Some other information, and I think that I had shared.
So how many cases?
Yes, and this is the one that a few people looked at. So I did the little snapshot yesterday, and right now we have approximately 69 open cases and officially closed 7. That seems like a huge, I shouldn't say it's a big number to have that we're working and have open. And I think there's a lot of reasons behind that. One is we started I had people contacting me the second day I was like literally in a temporary space, and they had plugged my phone in and I was getting someone, like people were finding me. And so, you know, there's folks out there who are pretty anxious to have a place to express their concerns. I wasn't in the position or equipped to address those directly. But we also didn't want to keep putting people off while we tried to build. And so we did start looking at cases, talking with folks earlier as we're trying to develop our policies and procedures, as I'm hiring, hiring a team. And so that number is large as we're trying to process cases and improve our practices. The other piece was trying to figure out how we can access records and get information. And so as we're figuring that process out, the cases that we're working right now are taking way longer than what I anticipate will be 6 months from now, because we're going to have those procedures in place and processes in place just to get information from the different. The other piece is that we've been very intentional just as a team and talking about what we're hearing and seeing and how we're going to create a report and how we can best approach it. And part of that, again, has been talking with other states. Some states do just a quick letter and it's not very much. Other states have a set form and that here's the complaint, here's a bullet, response, and here's the bulleted, policy procedure that either was not followed, was followed, should change. And so there's just different formats. So we've been trying to be very intentional and we've modified what ours look like as we've, each case we've tried to figure out how best it's going to work here in Kansas. So again, that just intentional process of staffing together and working out the process that is taking longer, which I know does not solve or address people's concerns or complaints today. But it's building that process that we can do best long term. We want to make sure that we're building a division that can be sustainable over time and have impact. And so, that's something that we're working on and, trying to circle back. And we don't have our own case system yet ourselves. And so that's something that we've been able to secure a contract, but we're supposed to start that early rollout this month. And then, that takes 6 to 8 weeks just to kind of fine tune and work that out in that process. So I anticipate that once we have that in place, that will also streamline our ability to just manage cases. So that's that number right now. We hope to shift quite a few of those cases. Sooner rather than later, but we're working. The other piece of information that I did share was just kind of like when you look at the number of intakes that we have received during complaints, we definitely had a spike in May, which was right after in April. We had our website was live in February. Our website went live, and then we rolled out essentially like our social media presence in April and started posting information for National Child Abuse and Prevention Month. And so really following that April, our people reaching out to us in May kind of spiked, so that's not surprising. And so I think for us moving forward, that's also something that we can look at it is how best to market. And that's a concern that we heard yesterday from some of the legislatures, that people didn't know how to reach us. They didnknow how to do this. And so, we hope that we can do a better job of that. That's the main, and then as far as just general, I shared just a quick pie chart of, we've, for the most part, we've received at least one complaint from every area or region. So, when we think about at least outreach, we've at least covered the state in some capacity because we're receiving a concern from at least each area or region. Obviously, some more than others. So that's information that I didn't have up in the PowerPoint. So I had put it together after I had already sent it in. But does anyone have any other questions about any of that or anything else? Or feedback? We would love, like, if you're hearing from people that it's taking too long, hurry up. Or we didn't know how to reach them. Let us know so we can figure out how to get it working. What happens if this next level of discussion your office, and it's vague, or are we looking at like we did all this work and you guys look bad? No, I mean it could stay. Yeah, so we would just continue to operate as is. And there are some states that started via executive order and were operating under an executive order for 2 or 3 years. And so, that's happened. And we're just going to continue to do what we can with what we have. And I think, in some ways this is giving us a chance to at least figure out what we need, what's going to work and what's not, and be very intentional about what does need. But there's going to be some changes. I mean, we definitely want to do some changes to access to make sure that the statute in regards to access to records and that sort of thing is included. So, CASA and CRB, you guys are listed, right? We want to be added to that list of who has that access. Oh, the other hand care and then the long-term care ombudsman, how are they? Are they under executive order or are they? So the long-term care ombudsman, that's mandated by federal statute. And they've been around for. And it's also then federal law is adopted and now we're within Kansas statute as well. So they're established. They've been in place for a long time. They have a slightly different structure. Their ombudsman, they have regional ombudsman. So you have the Kansas care or the Kansas long-term care ombudsman, and then she has regional ombudsmen across the state. And there is, if Sarah brought a concern to them, they're only there for the resident. So if the resident themselves doesn't have a problem, so even though Sarah had a concern or problem with they're resident driven. So it's a different model and practice. The Can Care Ombudsman, it's not by statute, exactly, it's not by executive order either, but they've been around. They were under KDADS before. And I probably should know more information about how to tell you about their structure, but they do have a website, and their website, I think, is ours. So we put a link. So I would encourage you, if you don't know about the Can Care Ombudsman, to look at their website. They have a lot of great information, question and answers, and they've been a good resource. I mean, we've definitely connected a few people who've given us a call to the Can Care Ombudsman because they're a foster parent who's having some issues with the NCO and different approvals and different things or needs. And we've tried to make sure that we connect folks with. Not everybody knew that they were in existence, and so it's definitely a good resource, and they do some good ethics. They accept complaints like from anybody, or are they more like? Or do they? Well, so usually it's if usually they're going to reach out. So if you try to call them, they're going to say, well, who's the actual person who's. Like, is it the child that is needing this, and then who's the legal foster parent or grandparent, then they're probably gonna try to get permission to make direct connection. And then figure out what's happening and then try to navigate.
You mentioned wanting to hear from older youth and tell us more about it.
Well, we want to make sure, whether it was as a CASA or as a guardian ad litem or in a lot of the different roles. I mean, you'll hear from older youth who have aged out that they never felt like they were heard, they didn't have a voice, maybe they weren't allowed to quote a court, or maybe they didn't feel like they could share with their guardian ad litem, or they didn't feel like they could talk with their case manager about what's going on. We've had a few individuals who maybe they've been out of the system for a couple of years who aged out and have contacted us and said, man, I wish you guys had been there. I want to share my story. Here's what happened. We want to make sure that we're a direct avenue if they don't feel like they have another way to have their voice heard and address a concern. If 17-year-old is not getting what they need under their Apple plan, then we want to know. And if we can help, provide that assistance or intervention along the way, then we want to, if we can. So that's really, we want to make sure that they also take a voice. Foster work, one question I heard is, would that potentially add a worker, so you're familiar with so if they were to contact you, would there be any potential threat or like they're acting their rights, they have to go for a case question or like concern when they came to you about that, or would that be affected? I wish I could say 100% definitively, absolutely no way could someone access that. I can't say that yet. I can say that we would do everything possible to ensure that we're protecting that information. We've got it for 1 minute. Ask another question.
I just say thank you for taking knowing we take on this challenge, because it takes a lot on the child. It's not easy, there are other things that go into the department and all of these. Bring a higher, we'll start building where we can only represent the children of residents who might be dead. And we know that we're missing other children. And so it's a great opportunity for those children. And it's also been nice to have another resource to provide parents or people that are called from state to DCA. We get quite a bit of calls with people in current traumatic issues with faults in the system, and oftentimes we were not able to help, or I would have to scour and all of them sometimes with soft handoff resource for them. And it's been very nice. If you need to call Taylor, or you need to call
well, we're, we as we build and develop, we hope that we can have, probably a more direct, quicker impact, particularly in those situations. So hopefully in a year or two, I can come back and give some really wonderful and solid examples of some ways that hopefully we've made some changes in. And thank you for you guys. I was a CASA, so and I used to, when I was as a GAL and parents attorney, sometimes would go and talk with the CASA, volunteer training program, like the classes, and talk about how much we appreciated the work that CASA did, and particularly as a GAL, that was absolutely essential in all of my cases. that there was a CASA and was able to do really some of that direct contact. And, you know, I mean, I even sometimes would carpool with the CASA to go do a visit because we work together on a few things. So I very much appreciate the work that you guys do, programming your volunteers. You guys have a question? Otherwise, I was a little bit Kerrie. I'm kind of not in the toys.
I know.
That's training. We have the little magnets.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Another bathroom drink break or whatever. Or
Really.
My own.
Thank you guys. You guys are next. Yeah. Bye. We do have a optional networking dinner planned for tomorrow evening. And I will send around a sign up sheet. If you want to attend, that is to just finalize head count so that we have enough seats at the table for 6 o'clock at the Flying Tiger Brewery tomorrow. You're welcome to come. If you're like, you thought I don't want to, it's okay to not come, like no pressure. I would love for you to come. But so I will pass that around and then you guys can just run it. And that I will collect and finalize during lunch tomorrow, so you don't get it done today. No pressure.
Schools for the 8.
never had people. Was supported. Perfect. Thanks. It's like an easy project, which I appreciate, but also like. So, like all these writings, then from where I was, I mean, so learning the other way. I was like writing, I was like, oh my god, I'm but like where? I looked at the book on it, and I got it, or you can, I was, I mean, it's been here. Just to drive through. I don't know. Where's that? Yeah, literally drive through it. Yeah, I've only admits through. No. God. No. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, man. Oh, nice to see the outlook. Full world out there. Yeah, well, that's amazing. Thank you. We're trying to make it happy. Yeah. But it's fun. And it's not my superpower. It's really one of those that. So basically what I'm hearing, I just think that everybody has to call president and do it. Like, that's what I heard from this. For money. Yeah, there's a whole package. Yeah, I don't want to do something. Going this way, sorry. Big lots, never the one. Like that. That's all. I'm not sure, we were pretty good. Yeah, right. Yeah. I don't know what to do. So I'll just do your thing and you're not sure. Yes. I've been trying to.
Honestly,
This is where
Hey guys, I'm gonna call everybody's attention to the front, and we're gonna start with our DCF speakers. With us today, we have Michelle Warner. She is the DCF Permanency Administrator. Michelle began her social work career at Adopt Kansas Kids, working as an adoption social worker for both pre and post placement. Michelle joined DCF in 2019. She received her master's in social work from Washburn University in 2016, and is also a TIP MAP leader, a TBRI practitioner, and enjoys continuing her education in all matters of child welfare. We also have with us Kathy Armstrong. She has a Juris Doctorate, and she is DCF Assistant General Counsel. Kathy is with DCF Legal Administration. She received her Juris Doctorate degree from Washburn University. Kathy maintained her private law practice with focus on family and adoption law for over 20 years. And joined DCF as Assistant General Counsel, DPS, 10 years ago. She has served on multiple committees, work groups, task force, boards, including but not limited to the Kansas Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board for 8 years. She currently serves as a member of the Kansas Supreme Court Task Force on Permanency Planning, Kansas Judicial Council JO Advisory Committee, and Kansas Judicial Council Adoption Advisory Committee. We also have with us Katrina Klein. She is the foster care program manager. Katrina attended Washburn University and graduated in May of 2018 with a bachelor's degree in human services and certificate in victim survivor services. She's been employed with the Department for Children and Families since August 2018, and since that time, she has worked as a child protection specialist and child welfare auditor for DCF. She is now the foster care program manager. Please give them a round of applause.
Thank you. In the pace, while it's been a while since I've actually had to be in person anywhere, so I'll do my best not to stumble and there. So I am Michelle Warner. I am the permanency administrator. I will tell you, I got COVID back in July. I'm not symptomatic, like I'm testing non-positive, so I'm not spreading it, but I still have that lingering cough. So bear with me if I get a moment or two with that coughing. So just to kind of give everyone what permanency team at a glance is, we're pretty small units in terms of permanency. So that's foster care, adoption, and ICPC. So Scott Hendricks is our director of permanency. Melinda Klein is our deputy director. And then I work under those two, and then I supervise our 4 different program managers. So we have a permanency foster care, adoption, group homes, and then also ICPC, which is children being sent to other states, and then other states sending children here to Kansas, which is, anybody's done any ICPC work, it is incredibly complicated and lots of paperwork. So They're new to our permanency unit, so I'm learning new stuff every time. So that is who we are. We have a lot of work to do, but we are pretty compressed in the staff that we have. I'm assuming everyone understands in terms of child welfare, we are a privatized state. We are one of 2 left in the nation right now that are privatized. Nebraska had a fun experiment that they did with privatization. They fired St. Francis, gave them the boot and outlawed it. So now it's just mostly us and Florida for the bulk of some of the child welfare privatization. Some of the other states contract out services such as adoption or exchange, things like that. But the magnitude of privatization, we're kind of the leader in that. So we have divided the state for our child welfare case management providers, otherwise known as CMPs. So those are the 4 big ones. KBC, St. Francis, Cornerstone, Repair, and TFI. And so we divided, right? I'm not sure who decided we would have regions. One of my favorites, so that's not how we did it. So Cornerstones has 3 counties. They have Atchison, Leavenworth, and Wyandotte. KBC has the Northeast and then Douglas and Compton. TFI has the Southeast and then also what we call the Wichita region. Yet St. Francis has what we actually call Wichita, which is Federal County. And then St. Francis also has the 2 blue states. So they are our biggest provider in terms of geographic locations. So I'm assuming most people are familiar with that. I'm sure everyone's got, the St. Francis worker, the KBC worker, something of that nature. Any questions about any of that? So here's just some of our current out-of-home data. Right now, as of June 30th, we are at 6,261 children in out-of-home care, which is still a pretty big number. However, we are at the lowest we've been since 2015, which it was at 6,517. So we have had quite a reduction. Some of that is we are bringing less children into care, and then we're also just making hard to get care if they truly don't have to go home. We are pushing for them to go home or wherever they need to go. One of the big things that we did in the summer of 2020 is we changed the CMP's grants to increase their relative placement. Before then, historically, they only had a goal of placing with relatives around 20 to 30%, and we increased that to 50%. And they've been doing really well with that. Currently, as a state, we're at 44% placement with relatives, which is not, I don't think that's too bad since we're coming out of a pandemic in terms of everything else as well. Historically, we've been around 33%, so it's about a 10% increase or so. Relative. So that's been probably that's been a good achievement for us. Just to kind of give folks some perspective. To me, it's always helpful to know, because we talk about the different CMPs on our grantees, but it's kind of helpful to know how many people they're serving geographically. So Cornerstone, since they just have the 3 counties, they're only serving around 613 kids. KBC has about 1,500, TFI has about 12, and you can see St. Francis hovers around 2,800, simply because they have the biggest geographical area, and they also have Wichita, which tends to bring in a lot of kids in here. So they have quite a few just in the numbers. So, any questions about any of that?
Did you say that the last one was the number of employees? What was that?
No, this is the number of children who are in foster care that are being served by that CMP. So. Okay, so one of the big things that we do in permanency is adoption. Of course, we can't get a child to adoption until they're all of the legal rights have been terminated and then for adoption. So this is just our adoptions by state fiscal year. Just as a reminder, our state fiscal year starts on July 1 and goes through June 30th. That kind of throws people for a loop. I think we always tend to think of calendar year. So we would try to make a note that it's state fiscal year. So you can see we've increased some. We had a huge increase in 2019. because of the last administration that we had, there was a huge push for adoption. Just let's get these kids to permanency, let's get them adopted. We had quite a drop in 2020. You want to guess why we had a drop in 2020? So there was a drop simply because we were trying to figure out what the heck we were doing, how do we get to permanency, how do we get court dates going, how do we get some of this work continuing with the pandemic going on. So we did see some stall out, and you can see it's kind of some of the remnants of that coming off of 2020 to 2021. We were still kind of trying to figure out what we were doing. And then in 2022, we're amping back up. We have figured out again how we're doing adoption in a post-COVID world. And so our hope is that we'll just continue to keep increasing those. In terms of this is regarding adoption subsidy. I don't know how many people are familiar with that. If a child who is in the custody of the secretary is adopted, they're eligible for an adoption subsidy. So it's, for lack of a better terminology, it's negotiated. Yes.
Said we only have 6,217 kids in foster care as of June. But why is that 8,000?
These are all open adoption cases.
What's
From 1972 on. So anyone who's had an open subsidy, so they're actively receiving an adoption. That's the number.
okay?
So we have 8,000 families who are receiving an adoption subsidy from us. So
Okay, so they might have already finalized their options.
these are only finalized adoptions.
They're finalized, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I was like.
Yeah, so this bottom one is all adoption subsidy. So these are all finalized adoption. For data keeping, we may track when APA adoption and placement agreement is signed, but really we're tracking finalization. Because that means that kid is completely out of care, they have reached permanency, goal has been achieved. Yeah, this is in terms of our adoption subsidy. So there is a cap for most adoptions. The subsidy is capped at $500. We are working to change that. There's evidence that the higher the subsidy, the more stable the adoption placement is. Yes.
Is that 500 a month or 500?
500 a month. Yeah, good question. There are exceptions that we can do. We actually just passed policy for children who are on the technology assistance waiver, which is the TA waiver. We have increased their subsidy. So it would be actually at least 70%, 75% of their foster care subsidy. So it could be up to $3,000 a month. So those are for children who are on a TA waiver. So if you have any kiddos who are on waivers, who are IPB, who are having really big medical needs, there are exceptions that can be made so that they would get a higher monthly subsidy rate so that they can find permanency. Because what we see is a lot of children who have really big medical needs or technology needs like adaptive equipment. They often don't reach permanency because the subsidy almost so that's something that we are working on at permanency. We're working with our fiscal team on how can we increase this $500 a month so that we can get more permanency for kids. So yeah, so right now in Kansas, there are 8,721 families who are receiving an adoption subsidy of some sort from DCF.
How long is the maximum then?
Would say probably at least a decade. So it's time for some work. We are not the worst state in terms of adoption and subsidy, though, I will tell you. I actually just had a conversation with another state who their cap is 300. So we're not the worst, but we got some work to do for sure in that regard. So right now, the average age of kids who are receiving a subsidy is around 12. So those are ones who are currently have been adopted. And then a lot of questions that we get is if I get a subsidy and I move, does that come with me? And it absolutely does. So if a family is here in Kansas and then say they move to Missouri, or they go off to some other state, that subsidy continues to follow them until that child reaches majority. So it doesn't stop if they leave. So I think that's something for families to be aware of as well. And yeah, we have had adoption subsidies available since 1972, so it's not necessarily new, but we need to kind of modernize some of our practices. So any questions about that? I know subsidy gets real confusing for people sometimes. So
Not the subsidy, like straight cash payment, or is it? I know some people will still get a medical card. And are they separate assistant?
So they are separate. So the monthly subsidy is cash, it's direct deposit account. And then they can also receive the medical card as well. So they are two different. There are some families who will say, you know, want the medical card, be really discouraged. But we do have some families who are like, no, we want partial insurance. So they are two separate things. And then there is also a $1,000 special services payment that families can make use of as well. And that is used for kind of time limited one-time fee. For instance, maybe they need a cat ramp installed. They can use that money to do that. If they need pump bags, if they, you know, it's something that's ideal is for a one-time, like you really. That's something that's available.
Is this, I know, Kerrie, when family time started option. Kerrie. What is that? That payment?
Yep, we typically will reimburse for attorney costs. Yeah, I think we will reimburse at least up to 900. I know there's been a few exceptions here and there when needed. Most when families come in and talk to our adoptive assistance personnel, they'll usually be like, here's a list of attorneys to work with, so we know fee structure, and we can just directly. You know, of course, families are welcome to use their own attorneys, but many of them are like. So we try to provide them with a list. We can, of course, tell them who to go with. You can pick from a list of those who are familiar with. We'll reimburse. So,
If the child moves out of state.
that is a good question that I am not sure. We do not actually Medicaid. That is all of your PDAD, so I'm not really sure. I know there through ICTC there can be some negotiations with that, but it is. So unfortunately, we don't. We just make sure that they're connected to PDAD. We actually don't. Good question. Anything else about adoption? Kathy, do you want to talk about the adoption tracker? Okay.
All right, there is a grant project that DCF is involved with KU and OJA, so we all serve as partners, collaborators with that grant. And we also have our grantees, which Michelle's gone over the case management grantees, and so they participate in that as well. There were two projects that there, as a result of a 2-day meeting, OJA and DCF and grantee were all present for that, as well as Capacity Building Center for Courts, which is a federal entity that assisted with the facilitation of that. And so the plan was to try and come up or identify a couple of projects that were needed that the courts, judicial branch. Sorry, I'm like Michelle, I'm fighting like a bit of a cough, so I've got a cough drop in the room. But that we could work together and collaborate on And so one of those that was selected as being in need was what we now come to call the adoption tracking tool. So I've asked, so Dean and her staff, thank you for passing out, and I apologize because I did kill a very small tree here probably, but I wanted you to have this in front of you. So the tool was developed because one of the things that were identified by KU was that at the time the grant project began, and I think we're just commencing on the 5th year, Kansas ranked for a 5th worst in the nation in non-permanent discharges from foster care and 7th worst nationally in time to adoption. So once the child was deemed legally free and available to move forward to adoption, there's been a long lag time, longer than we want to see in place. So we worked diligently then to come up with this adoption tracking tool, or ATT. And as of July 1 of 2021, this form is posted on the DCF prevention and PPS, I'm so used to saying, PPS, PPM was their policies and procedures manual, as well as an instruction form for the use of the form. So the idea was to create a form that addressed every benchmark, you know, when the child is legally free for adoption. So there have been TPRs, relinquishments, and acceptance by secretary, and the statute says GALs, but they are in that posture of legally free. The case plan goal is adoption, and usually for those kids that have identified adoptive resources, because this will be a little bit skewed if you're legally free and you know, the case plan goal is adoption, but we haven't identified a resource yet. So that obviously is going to take more time as you're trying to locate an adoptive resource. But this was to identify all of those benchmarks, because what we were finding is our grantees were trying to embody this information in a court report form, but there are a lot of components. And so by pulling all of those together, it made it a form that easily we could use for a communication and an organizational tool. And so that's the purpose of it. And when the criteria of legally free, case plan goal of adoption, and identified resource, this should be used by our grantees at that point for especially permanency hearings and or review hearings, if those are being held. And we did message to the courts, this was not intended to be used punitively, because it was not intended to be, okay, now we see what's not getting done, and so we're going to unleash or come down on the worker, because that's not helping us all as a collaborative effort to move these kids toward adoption. So the idea is we keep emphasizing it's an organizational tool and a communication tool. There are certain elements that will not apply to all cases. Michelle has mentioned ICPC. Some cases involve that, some don't. ICWA, SSI. So those things are identified on the form, but those are not going to come into play. There are other aspects of information on the form that once the form is completed, ideally, a grantee should be able to just bring it forward to the next hearing and keep adding in the components or updating it as needed. But it makes it very easy. And I can tell you from legal, you know, I will get the calls, you know, that a court's very upset. You know, they want ICPC to be subpoenaed to appear because that's the only piece that's not getting done in the adoption case. Well, if a form like this is being completed timely and updated as it needs to be, then that could be viewed, and we know that there's a holdup with ICPC. So I did private adoption work before I came to DCF. And one of the things is ICPC, it is a bit complicated in terms of the process. But there have been occasions where we can then identify and say, okay, what's missing? Where's the barrier? Well, we're not getting the documentation back from the other state. If we identify that, then our ICPC staff can get on the phone with the other compact administrator's office and say, hey, don't know if this is on a desk somewhere, or it just hasn't got done, but we got a judge that's upset, we really need to get it. Oh, we've got it. Let us finish it today, we'll get it to you tomorrow. Then we can let the judge know, and it's a problem solving. It's sort of collaborating together to make sure all the components that are needed are there, so we can move successfully forward. There was also an instruction form that was prepared. So I know that I think that our PPM is a little bit challenging to navigate if you're not in there a lot. And that's why I wanted you to just have a hard copy of this, but it is posted, and we'll be glad to send the link to Dina, and she can disseminate that so you can access it if and when you want to. But you will see there is like a doc and a PDF for the form. And then the next column, there's a doc and PDF for instructions. And so there is a 1 1/3 page instruction for use on the document as well. So I think that gives an overview. Are there any questions about that? Yes. Yes.
What are the timelines between that, or like the time span between that or adoption to be completed? If like perfect scenario.
I think that's probably really difficult for me to say and get pinned down on. But if you have a permanency hearing and everything is in place and there is an identified resource, then my hope would be that the adoption packet, which the grantees put together, usually send, our legal usually looks over that in the regions to ensure everything is there that needs to be, and that there aren't incorrect names or there's dates of birth missing or whatever. And then that packet is what will go to the attorney that will handle the adoption. So ideally, in a perfect world, that would happen before the next permanency hearing. But that's just not always going to be feasible, depending on the circumstances. So I think the goal with this is to ensure that we are getting everything that's needed for that quote packet, and then getting it to the attorney who will be filing the case. The beauty about KU being also involved with us actively on this project is they do a lot of evaluation. They have held focus groups on this. They are just getting ready to do court observation, and they're going to start that in Franklin County. And so then they will probably move to a few other counties, but just to measure, is it being used and is it being completed as expected? And so I think we're going to, that's been very helpful, because they're actually helping track the success of the implementation. And it is implemented statewide as of July of 21. So, yes.
So, is it, like St. Francis or whichever agency, the one who's gonna start this form and complete this form and be in charge of this form?
The grantee, that pragmatically, the case manager, the grantee, yes. And if it comes to admin or our attention or to our region's attention, that there's a really difficult adoption situation and it should be moving forward, it's not. I mean, one of the first things I ask now is there an adoption tracking tool form being used? And if not, let's get that on the table so that we can see where are the barriers to this moving forward. Yes.
If I may be so bold.
Please, please.
In our district in Southeast Kansas, contractor is usually exclusively,
Okay,
along with a written code.
okay.
So there's a little bit of complaint about more work,
Yes,
but the main thing that I'm hearing, and it affects class of students, is that this is an ongoing form and things are added to it. each time that the case is heard in court, but there isn't a date on it. So the judges are like, okay, are we looking at the right form for today? Or,
Well, I guess, and I think that's a really good question. I think I'm pragmatic enough that I would say, put a date on it. And if we need to add that to the form, we can
I
take
think
that.
that would help.
Yeah.
That was just a suggestion. I've heard that from.
We're on
judges,
policy.
or-
We're-
They were like, okay, is this one for today?
I'm just gonna note that because we can take that back to policy work group. Because it is like most of our policies, living documents
Right, when
in
you
that,
pick it up,
we should be updated.
from period to
Exactly.
period, and that would differentiate.
No, we will, I've written that down to take back, so thank you. And it's good to know that it is being used. I think whenever we create a new form, I totally understand there is always some pushback. Because it's like, oh my gosh, now we have to adapt to a new form or add a new form, we're already inundated. I really understand that, but I think we felt like this was a useful enough tool. And because we were getting to the late 11th hour of some cases before it was determined that the wrong name was on certain documents, or, oh my gosh, we didn't ensure that this is actually an ICWA case and this was brought up early and then it wasn't followed through on, or, so we just, yeah, the intent is to support in them being able to identify where are the gaps here. But I do understand it's an avid form.
It is very good because it makes everyone involved think through these steps. Right on. Is it taking too long? What do we need to do?
Thank you. Okay, that's awesome. I'm kind of noting because I know KU is going to be doing court observations and, so when you just do focus groups, I mean, it's kind of random sometimes who's involved and it is good to hear that there are areas where it's being actively used. So thank you.
We received it, but ours is always like.
Okay, well, that's not very.
So we get it, I get it with the court, but it's literally like, it has just
Well, that's-
the child's name, the date of birth, and like, it identifies which case it's for. And
Okay,
that gets filed with the court, but like, there's no dates, nothing that has been done, hasn't been done. And so I know sometimes our visits get a little frustrated because they're like, so like helpful.
I wonder if there's, maybe because we've heard this, oh, well, we put that in our court report.
We do put it in there.
But the problem is, if it's not set out in sort of a similar order, again, if a judge is finding, well, it was references on page 5, and this just kind of created a more organized, easy to follow tool. But okay, well, that's not in the instruction form. Fill out the first 2 lines and then leave the rest. So I think that it's a transition. I think anytime you have a new form, it's just transitional to, get everyone to a point where they're actually taking advantage of using it. Even though it's posted and it's supposed to be used, it still is a lot for workers to keep adding to their plates. So I think it's a transitional process.
When did you say that this rolled out?
Statewide, it was July 1 of 2021, but there were pilots done prior to that in specific counties. So there were selected counties that we did pilot in before we did it statewide.
Has this caused a change in work towards adoption? But I've been around for a long time and back 26 years ago, adopted a child out of foster care. But one of the things is that it used to be that it was, you could do like an at-risk adoption, you could start like some home studies and some of that stuff before termination, you just couldn't start the actual. And we're seeing now that it's like, no, we're not doing anything until we get that journal entry that it's all, which kind of slows things down.
So I think that's an excellent point because, and I think we've talked about this some, but that multitasking, I mean, you probably have a lot of that information in the file as you're going. So to think of it in terms, if we need to move forward with adoption, I agree that preparing toward that doesn't mean you're not supporting reintegration if that's still, if there's a concurrent case plan goal. But it does mean that you are working to prepare and be organized in the event it moves solely to an adoption case plan goal. So I think that's probably just a matter of training and continued discussion with case manager grantees about practice.
We still have policies around concurrent case goal planning. It is a hard training issue for some of our frontline staff to try and kind of grasp that. Because it is, like, how do you balance, we still need to work towards reintegration, but let's maybe prepare. That is a challenging thing to train to some of our workforce. So I would say it is an ongoing training challenge for sure. Yeah, agree.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Okay, so the other aspect of adoption, the kind of less utilized option, is permanent custodianship. I will admit, I'm not super versed in permanent custodianship. That would be our adoption program manager, Kerrie, who we go meet with the capacity building for centers around another program that we're launching. So I'm here to kind of try and fill in the gaps as I can. So this is an option. So it's similar to adoption. Typically, typically this happens when parental rights are custodian tax. So for children who are 14 and older, this is a really good option, particularly if they're like, I don't want my parental rights terminated. I don't want to be adopted. I don't know if anybody's had youth like that. They're like, please don't. Permanent custodianship is an option for them, and it's a great option. So they can, if they're living with grandma and it just feels really yucky to terminate rights for grandma, they could go ahead and do permanent custodianship and still kind of keep that in replacement. Grandma would have all this arrangement wrong to get full school, to get medical care, things of that nature, and we can still kind of move forward. So it is an option that's really, it's good for those older kids. Children who are younger than 14 can get an exception, particularly if there's a sibling group and there's a sibling that's 14 and older and is part of that. That's a pretty easy exception. There are some exceptions for when they're younger too. That would have to go through Kerrie, our adoption program manager, to kind of just discuss and look at for those exceptions. We don't see this a whole lot. I think typically to some degree because of the age. I also think a lot of people we don't think of this. I mean, we've sort of got an adoption culture in our child welfare system, right? You're in foster care and we're working reintegration and you're going to adoption. We sort of forget that permanent custodianship is another option for permanency for children, particularly for those older ones. So it's not utilized a whole lot. As you can see right now, 136 children and families. So when we compare that back to the 8,000 on the last slide of who are adopted families, you can see we're not pushing this a whole lot. It's just not utilized. And again, there is a small subsidy that comes with this, similar to the adoption subsidy. It is significantly less. Yeah, I was happy to say it's around $300. So that can be a barrier too, particularly for some of our lower income relatives that are could be a barrier for them. But again, if they move, it's a subsidy that would help. Like it would help. Any questions around permanent custodianship? Like I said, it is something that I think we should start looking at because there are a lot of youth there who aren't necessarily wanting the parental rights needed, and who end up lingering in foster care. And this is an avenue that they could reach permanency.
How does one go about?
I think the first thing is to really start having that conversation with the workers and being like, hey, what about this? We start doing this. If you're running into staff at the CFPs who aren't aware of it,
Yeah.
the DCF liaisons, or foster care liaisons can also help with that.
Well, what's really scary is that we've had a situation several times and reached out for services even through DCF, and this is the first time I'm hearing of it. So I want them thrilled, but I'm also believe it.
Well, and I think
So-
again, it,
I want to know, so I can absolutely based on to.
and I will connect with Corey, our adoption
Yes.
program manager, and we'll get some more information for you.
Thank you.
Show that. Absolutely. But yeah, and I think it also goes back to our previous administrations haven't really put that. It's just kind of not been on people's radars. To
And I
utilize.
think also just for, our district, knowing this, we're real apprehensive about doing permanent custodianship. So I think that if we knew that there was even a little bit of help with the subsidy, it might be more accepted. So,
Yeah. Absolutely, because I mean, we do, we see teens who just sort of linger,
yeah.
and this could be an option.
I had a question, and this might be, I don't know, scope of all of this, but, we've had some legal controversy over what happened with custodian dies. What is the status of the children now? Parental rights. Yeah. And we also had a case of that meant to be.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I think the statute says that once permanent custodianship is ordered, then the case will be closed. So for those that a PC dies and it's after the fact, I mean, I think that's a good question, because are they just here? And those that change their minds, I mean, it's a little bit of a similar, depending on if it's after it's been ordered, cases been closed, then yeah, there's really a child again that arguably is possibly here. So I think I don't know if some of the adoption post services are offered.
It would be considered caregiver.
Yeah, so because there are an increasing number of services in place. And I don't know if it's K Park Plus or just.
Well, and I think too, this is also where family first providers will come into care.
Prevention.
Because they would,
Back.
yeah, because they would qualify, because they would be a child at risk of coming into care. So that would put them on the list to be able to receive family first services. So depending on the county, because it's all kind of county based, but there's less, so that would help, like if the parents, if the guardian died, I would certainly reach out to Taylor to see what are some of the next steps in that and helping with that. So we don't have to bring a child back into care, because actually that's not helpful. I think particularly in terms of guardians wanting out, is that a salvageable situation? Is that just that they're needing, are they just needing support? Is that why they're out, or what, what's behind that request? I think the family first could maybe provide some services to help salvage that. And see, because I know we have a lot of adoptive families that sort of hit that. I always sort of refer to it as that intersection of puberty and trauma brain. So it's a lot of kids of 12 and 12-year-old, it's just that sweet spot of where you would go through that rapid brain development of puberty, improving our brain, and then you add in trauma, drug exposures, things of that nature. And a lot of families are like, I don't know what this is, and I want out of it. And so that's where we see a lot of prevention work going in to say, okay, this is how we're going to help you figure out how to parent this child.
So the idea would be to try and get to the staff and access some of those services to try to support them, so it doesn't.
Well, we only see the one that.
Yeah.
It happens a lot.
does. It sure does. And so the trick is trying to get families before they hit that 11th hour. So we can unpack some of that before we get to that. Done. So that's the road that we're trying to figure out how to do. I got come several people. Okay, who wants to go first?
One of the little.
So my question was, we had when I used to do this work, we had a case where grandma was coming. The child, there's a whole situation, but anyway, it ended up coming back into care. And the question was, is reintegration with permanent custodian, or are we working with integration with biological parents? Because like you said, those rights were intact. They got really weird. Ended up grandma ended up adopting this child, so it worked out okay. But having legally, who would be the reintegrated?
Well, it's really a good question. I mean, usually we think about the removal home as the home that they're removed. So to me, I would argue it's a custodian.
That's exactly what I said. That's what I said. That's what I said. Because, everyone else was parents. So it was a very something to me because it is a permanency option. We have reached permanency, so as an exciting.
Because to me, you reach the point of custodianship because it sends court orders. So there's a lot that happened in this time they were originally removed from permanency. So to me, it makes more sense that removal is maybe it's but it's the last family that has the legal custody or rights.
So if the court or mine's word reintegration and biological parents, would you think that the permanent custodian should be resolved in order to work reintegration?
Well, the statutes are not real. There's not a lot of guidance for what happens when deceased.
We just assume.
I mean, assume that they do. We dismiss the case and we. So, I think that if the child came back into care and their rights are still intact, I think it would be a valid consideration to then talk about, placing with the parents and working and PCs because their rights are still technically intact. So just like I think any relative could be considered when a child comes in potential cases, I think that would be valid.
And if the permanent custodian says, no, I still want this child, I want to work reintegration, do they really want to like that work reintegration?
I think they do. But, I think that would be interesting because I would see. And our permanent custodian statutes should possibly be strengthened to entertain the thought that these may not always be forever.
Yeah.
Because really there's not a lot of help within the statutes on it. So when there's not a lot of specificity in the statutes, then you are going to see courts coming up with different approaches, so there may be a court that says, I first am going to make an order to resolve the permanent custodianship. And then we'll move on. But I don't know. I mean, I can see it being different approaches. So big questions that yes, legislative agenda.
Yeah.
Are there restrictions?
It's my understanding, subsidies should be used for the needs of the child. So just the same as the adoption subsidy would be.
And is the something not different for permanent custodian than it is for adoptions?
It's much more limited, really the highest is about 300. I'll talk with Corey some more. I know there's some because criminal rights are still intact, there's some child support. And but I don't want to say investigation, but there's some considerations in that in terms of, are that paying child support for that relative? So that's got to be considered in terms of that subsidy as well. So some of the restrictions are a little more tricky. Also because I don't know that they have a Title 40 fund, so they're not federally funded. So the state general fund, so it gets trickier when we start talking state general fund.
They also get the medical card, like, if you're adopted.
I'm not.
If it's case by case or. Yeah.
It's a good question, I'm not sure. So.
Is there any correlation between current and when it's going to be rolled out?
I think you will see some overlap in that as we will talk about soul family at the end, but yeah, but I think we will see a bigger rise in soul family. I think we will also see a bigger rise in permanent custodianship as we start putting out more kin initiatives and more relative initiatives. I think we were going to start to see children reaching permanence quicker because of adoption rather than always focusing so much on adoption being the only option for permanent. Either you're reintegrated or you're adopted. Then come back to there are other options available for children. So, there's one, yes.
The subsidy is this, so. Is it figured before the custodianship is finalized, or did the child have to be 14 or older at the time of finalization to get the subsidy, or does the family come back later when they are 14 and apply?
Well, technically, in order to get, unless they get an exception, they need to be at least 14 or older to even ask for the permanent custodianship. So yeah, if they're 10, chances are they're not gonna get this. Because I know part of it is they're also writing a letter to the relative saying, I want to be this child's permanent custodian because of XYZ. Child also writes a letter and says, please let me out here. These are my people, I want to stay with them. And so that's a lot to ask of a 10-year-old. So that's why we cap it at 14, but we can make exceptions if we really have, a very verbose and informed child at 11 or 12 that can really say, people don't want to stay here.
Yeah, there's not any kind of an accounting thing the money received is there as far as. Okay, like with if you're
Are you talking like, so for adoption subsidy, you have to send a yearly, like, yes, I'm still here, I still have a kid. Is that what you're talking about in terms of counting or?
yeah, I was thinking conservatorship. A guardian conservatorship or a conservative has to turn in a report every year, but there's nothing like that for one of these.
No. That would be a lot of paperwork, but no, we don't have that at this point. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. Okay.
Does the custodian have to be a relative? I have a case where the first son was born and ended up being adopted. And then, but during this time, she had a second custodian. So then she got pregnant again and had a third child, and then went into foster care. And the first family that adopted the son has her right now. And then during this time, she had which she signed over custodianship when it was and they both, the parents signed over, and so they have that third child with them as well under permanent custodianship. So, but they still have the one child that's in court, and she's already signed. The mother had already signed custodianship with her term, but then the father hasn't, and then the court is happening this week. So
second for a rule.
Okay, yeah, so, I think. So that may be a different placement mechanism that they're using for some of that, yeah, in terms of. Yeah, it's,
I don't, it is that they went to court and got her. They went through the courts, and they got a temporary order and then said, that permanency condition was, and that stuff was filed. And they were given, because they didn't want that problem coming to care.
okay, so if they were never in foster care.
Never, right,
Yeah, there's none of the permanent custody, because we didn't have custody of the child, so we can't grant
Right.
anything.
but there is this case on.
Okay.
Where he's dad's. She's like one, I guess, one, but she's, their mother has erased papers and he's in custody.
Okay.
Probably the voluntary guardianship.
It said carbon. That's why I was kind of. like,
Okay,
I thought the same thing, like, why would that be allowed?
well, and
Maybe.
judges. include children. So, yeah, this is probably not, yeah, it's given the age, that's probably not something that we would do, but it's not, but to answer your bigger question, it's not just relative. So foster families who are fostering, 15-year-old, 16, 17, they don't want to APLA, right? They want a family, they want that permanency, but then they're also really kind of complicated and they don't want their parental rights terminated either, because that feels sketchy. This is another option for them too. So you don't have to be a relative, and it can be awarded to a foster family. So, yeah. But yeah, I think with the infant, that's probably something the judge.
Yeah.
Coming outside.
I don't know, like it's happening tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I get that.
It was just kind of confusing.
All right. Kerrie was saying, I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to talk until 5 and here's. Share some information. This is some of the contract work that we do. So much like our CMPs have grants. These are some of the contracts that we award to other agencies within Kansas to carry out this work. The biggest one, I'm gonna guess most people are familiar with this, is about Kansas Kids. It's also known as the Adoption Exchange. Of course, I used to work there. That's how I got my start in social work, was at Adopt Kansas Kids. Before that, I was in real estate, which is actually not over. And so there is only one adoption exchange in the state of Kansas. They work in conjunction with our national adoption exchange, which is Adopt US Kids. So you will see children who are in Kansas who are profiled on that. As of July, there were 478 children listed on that. So that means those children have their parental rights terminated, all appeals have been done, they are legally free for adoption, and they are looking for no matter what family. I will tell you, when people say, oh, they found their forever family, that really makes me cringe. Mostly because it's also pet adoptions, right? Forever family. I think that also sets families up to get into that mindset that children can get adopted. Right? And what we really need to do is message from the very beginning, it's a no matter what family. It is a marriage. I am committed to you. I have intentionally built my family through adoption, and I'm going to stick with you no matter what. Whether you're having a good day, a bad day, or you're in death. So that's my big campaign for the no matter what. You'll see that used a lot with our contractor. This contract is provided to us through Foster.Connect, which is a large entity in Kansas City. They're fairly new to Kansas. They've got a huge footprint in Missouri, and they are moving into Kansas. So their big thing, of course, is the profiles for children. I know people get a little like, oh, I don't like those. But their profiles are to be written strength-based and really to help people for children and really to raise awareness for adoption. It's an option, but you not need to be a licensed foster home in Kansas for adoption. So that's a big misnomer that I think a lot of people are like, oh, I'd love to adopt, so expensive.
Well, adoption from foster care, as we've already mentioned, is almost entirely free, and you don't have to be a licensed foster parent. So if you have families that say that, tell them to contact Adopt Campus Kid. So that's my big spiel for them. Sort of the sister program to Adopt Campus Kids is our Kansas Post Adoption Resource Center, otherwise affectionately known as K-Park, because we love our acronym. This is delivered by also Foster Adopt Connect. It's fairly new to Kansas in terms of this contract, and actually Post Adoption Resources nationally is kind of a newer concept. It's sort of weird because post adoption services has always been needed, but a lot of states have just failed to fund it because they recognize how they work. So Kansas actually started this contract 2007. So it's pretty new. COVID really set it on its side for them because before that they were having family retreats and they would move around the state. And it was a great way to be adopted families together, and they were kind of group them in a different way. Like, oh, I'm parenting children with FASD. Cool. Here's a table you're gonna want to sit at. Right? So you can connect with someone who's from Kansas City and Hayes, but you're both parenting that same kind of struggle. And so COVID kind of put a dent in some of that peer-to-peer network as but fortunately they are coming back with the rage. They just launched their first in-person family retreats. It's already full. And it's already a wait list. So I think that's really neat about that. So in order to qualify for K-Park, no, because I wrote the contract, any adopted family and would qualify for this. Right, so if they adopted privately, if they adopted through foster care, if they adopted internationally, Family First federal legislation has noted that adoptive families are families that are at risk for children coming into care. And so that is one of the reasons why K-Park will serve any adoptive family. We do see a lot of children who are adopted privately, infants coming into care as well because puberty and trauma brain intersection. So some of the services that they offer, they do education and support groups. Like I said, they have the retreats. They do offer advocates for families who are just like, I don't know what to do with this kid. How do I get them into a PRTF? They do some of those services. Any questions about Adopt Kansas Kids? Or I feel like K-Park's kind of like a little secret that not a lot of people know about. So I'm always like, you should check them out. They're very helpful. Okay, the other sort of third contract that's also given by Foster Adopt Connect is our caregiver support network. So while K-Park is mostly focusing on adoptive families, caregiver support network is really for caregivers, right? And so part of this is to really kind of help some of those relatives who, okay, I have my grandchildren, and my mom or my grandma. Right, so they provide some of the psychoeducational support and just sort of some of the navigation around what the heck am I doing? I'm just, you know, I was a caregiver in this role, now I'm a caregiver. What does that look like? So again, they offer some of the same services around support, training, advocacy, just resources and referrals. It's a little smaller contract, but they're kind of more focused on the needs of like just sort of general caregiver. Does that sort of make sense? That's Foster Adopt Connect as well.
Okay, you're getting ready.
Yes, Kinship Navigator, yes. And actually, this is where Kerrie Latta is right now. It's used with the Capacity Building Center for States. They are providing technical assistance to KFAN, which is our Kansas Family Advisory Network, who is fearlessly led by Nina Shalwoody. If anybody's met Nina Shalwoody, she's pretty amazing, and I got a hug from her today. It's a good day. So Kinship Navigator, this is where I'm going to admit it gets a little kinky because we've got a lot of programs in Kansas that are using the word kinship, and then it gets confusing because then we're like, who, what, how? Because KU's doing a kinship program, Children's Alliance of Kansas has a kinship program, Foster Adopt Connect, and so it gets a little confusing. We're going to just focus on this one for right now. And so Kinship Navigator is facilitated by KPAN. Again, they provide some of the similar things that K-Park and Caregivers does. But the big thing that they're working on is to really catch those families before children come into care. Right, so they might be on DCF's radar, they might not, they might just be struggling. They might have like, I know my daughter's struggling, I know she's like, I'm worried my kids are gonna come into care. They would reach out to KPAN. They would do an assessment, they're trying to figure out how we can keep families intact, not bring them in. So that's the big thing that they're working on. One of the big things too, if anybody's a mental health provider, they're working with the capacity building for states to actually get this into the California clearinghouse and actually make Kinship Navigator and recognize trauma. So there will be more to come. They've been working on this since 2019. We'll be working on it. So, any questions about that? Okay. We have another work group that my boss Melinda wanted me to make sure that we talked about, was just the Leading for Results, which is another group that our capacity building for centers is providing some technical assistance on. And so this is one of the things that you guys might actually start seeing some effects of. This is where we're bringing our regional staff, our administrative staff, and then our providers, and not just the CMPs, but other health providers, people that can help make some differences in terms of the communities. Because what we recognize when we look at those maps and we start looking at data, why do some children come more into this area? And what is this area? What resources do we have that we here? Is it the community? What's going on with that? And so we've done a lot of deep dives into that. And one of the things that's come out of that is we recognize some of our community mental health centers are actually encouraging for children to be put in foster. Put them in foster care, they will get better health service. Which is not true, by the way. Right? Like they're not going to get to the top of the line. There's no, I promise you, there is no secret bag of services that DCF is holding on to for anybody. But that's something that we've noticed in this work group. And so a lot of our regional staff are working with those community providers to be like, hey, that is a myth, not a thing, but let me show you some family first services. Let's get you to some other providers. Let's figure out how we can do some more. So that is an effort that's going on that I imagine you probably won't know. Like you're not going to be like, oh, this came out of DCF's efforts of Leading for Results. But it's something that you're probably going to start seeing more of, because we're trying to engage those communities to bring some awareness to some prevention. Because I don't know, DCF's, we're bad parents. So it's not, it's just not really topic. All right, so this is the other thing. I'm sure people have heard about this. I actually just spent 3 hours talking about this yesterday. So failure to place is what we call office sleepers. We're going to call it what it is. It's a failure to place, right? This was a huge thing, and it's the numbers have risen. But it's also not unique to Kansas. It's not. I actually talked to some what would be my position with the one in Texas, and it was interesting to me. They actually suggested we put kids in. Oh, you should put them in hotel. It's so much easier. No, we're not going to do that. But it is something that all states are all struggling. We have high acuity children, and it's not that we don't have beds for them, but we have children who literally safety risks to put in place with other children or in a home of pets. Right? And I always sort of say we're looking for that uniform of a foster home. We're not going to have any other children. We're not going to have pets. I have those are one of those. You don't know, they're hard to find. So what we've done with some of the data, most of the children that are going to be failure, most of them are going to be 13 and 18. Again, that intersection of trauma, brain, and adolescence, right? Over half tend to be male. Now we do have some that are over 18, but not often. For me, it's possible. That's a problem as well. I will tell you, that is a hard data point to track down. Because we have a lot of contact with law enforcement, but who aren't charged. So then it's kind of like, is that crossover? Like, yeah, so we recognize that as a struggle, but it's also a struggle because we know they may have done some poor choices, some bad news, but.
I did probation. And had that for that.
Yeah, so it's a struggle. Yeah, and of course, nobody wants a child in the office. No, I promise you, nobody wants a child in the office. But for sometimes for the sake of for children and for even staff, we're gonna have to be. So yeah, because we do. There are a couple of you even go back to secure care because we have staff. And if anyone's familiar with secure care enforcement, that is a rough place to be. So yeah. Of course, we do see some higher incidences. Sedgwick and Wyandotte County tend to used to have more of those that have that issue. We are launching what we call a failure to place network initiative. And so what we're doing is working with our group home providers and our family foster homes to help we're asking them to identify, I can hold this bed, right? And if we run into a place that we need a placement, it's kind of need a failure to place, we can have this bed. So we're looking to sort of build that network in a month of stipend for them to hold that bed and make that available for us. We're also offering, if there are no failure to place incidences in one of the regions, then if people opt in and are willing to put forward a bed, they would get a bonus for that. So we're trying to incentivize some of that. This is what I believe Ohio, I can't remember if it's Ohio or Iowa. Yeah, one of the they did something very similar, and they have taken their failure to place incidents down to 0. So we are trying to model that after them because again, it's a problem. That's me.
So, how with those states, how are you guys monitoring actually the use of, rather than having an office sweeper, we are doing it for, because I know for me personally, I think that's still a failure to say that kid is ever better. Where they're sitting in the office, and then eventually with it. But we would have kids back to Dodge City all the time. Talking back to Dodge City. And then they would go months and months without therapy. And I'm like, you know, this kid is coming back to Dodge City, we just won't put him in therapy. Yep. And I'm like, no, we can't do this. Color.
That's where I always want to. People are like, why talk to me? Yeah.
Yeah.
And oh, it's very fault. I'm really forget.
Yeah, those are just some things that, so I'm wondering, how are you guys gonna monitor that with that?
So part of that, they have to, so people who are wanting to be part of the network, they have to opt in. So we know who's doing it, so that we can be like, cool, what you doing? And also when people maybe say, yes, I want to be a part of it, and then they're not actually being a part of the solution, we don't have that. Because I will tell you, I will be very honest, if someone is in a business making money out the back to talk to kids, we're gonna puzzle. We don't do that. Right? You come up and you serve children for us. One of the things we are asking is that when they do say yes to one of these placements, it is a 21st. Right? Because I'm kind of like you, I'm kind of done with that, like, yeah, you can drop them off at 10 and then we'll pick them up at 7 and we'll do that for 20 nights out of the month, but we're not going to call it a one. No, that's a long term. Like, we'll call it spade a spade. That's what it is. That's also sort of the rub with privatization, and also it will exist. So yeah. So we recognize some of that and we're trying to figure out. Yeah, because not only do we have failures in place, but then we have. We need to bring that way down. Absolutely. Question. I know this is a hot topic, but does anybody have any other questions?
I was
Yes,
just wondering for the families that are in needs by the hold bed, are they also receiving extra training and support? Or challenging?
well, ideally, and that is what we've asked their sponsoring agency, like, don't just willy-nilly say, oh, yeah, no, the Smith Home will do that, but really think about, you know, the Smith Home's probably not a good fit. But the Noah home's gonna, yeah, they would be a good fit. Like, we need to some intentionality to that. So that they know exactly what children are needing placed. So they're putting forth homes who are prepared for those children.
Who you see that way?
No, we do.
Not 100% transparency from child placement to that family. Then they get there and grow pretty quickly.
Yes.
They don't have full, sure, and I think that's a disservice.
Yeah.
And to the kid.
And to the kid, 100%.
So, but then there's also they need some support. I think there's some of those families,
Sure.
once they figured it out, oh gosh. Do this, but we have a worker coming in. Supporting this, not getting it.
Yep. So some of the, of course, I'm not going to tell a foster home, you absolutely have to keep this kid, because that's not helpful either. But so that is a big question that we're having with CPAs is, what are you doing for these homes? What intentional, like, that's the word, that's my buzzword of the whole day yesterday was, what intention are you doing with this? Like, this isn't a willy-nilly, hey, I'm gonna make money. I'm here to serve kids who can serve these children and do it well. So that, I mean, it's something that we've recognized, and we've been very transparent with the CPAs to say, here are the needs of the children who are having failures to place. Right, so you know exactly what that demographic looks like. Like, it's not little Timmy who just came into foster care. Like, this is Timmy who's been in foster care for 7 years, and we have collectively not served him well. So, but yeah, absolutely. Yes.
I worked in patient care before I came to Plaza.
Oh, God bless you. Okay.
And so I'm curious about this failure to place because I worked at inpatient care when there was that big push a handful of years ago, no more sitting in the office, it wasn't allowed anymore. And we saw it even outside of that time, that children would work their PRTF, be ready for discharge, or work their acute stay, be ready for discharge, and then they didn't have anywhere to go, so they would stay. Would you consider that still failure to place? They have, they have somewhere to be, but they like don't need they're not working the treatment anymore.
By policy definition, we would not call that a failure to place, because they are in a licensed placement. So is that great practice though? Absolutely not. Which actually nicely lends into our next initiative that we launched in July, which is therapeutic foster homes. So we recognize the need that there are children who need placement, who need more, right? And so this started in July 1. As you can see, we've only had 2 families step forward first because we've been very intentional. These are the homes of the children who need that will need to serve, right? So this is not going to be easy work. You're not going to be able to just give a little Timmy and you're grateful that you're there. But these are children who are discharging from these who are probably crossover, you know, they may have come, they have just recovered from they may have just come back from money. Right, so these are children who are really going to need a family that will say yes, no matter what. And so it is just a level of care, and people get all like, licensing is not good. It is the same licensing regulations as any other caution. This is all programming, so this is a level of care for them, right? But part of what they need to do is they have to be able to have some training requirements. So it's an additional 20 hours a year of training. So to become a foster parent, it's services 30 hours, and you get caution, management, CPR. Like it's a time saving, but it's not hard. You have to have at least, and then every year after that, you have to have 8 hours. Okay. So we're saying you have to have 8 hours of communion plus 20 hours. to Become a therapy provider, right? So we're looking for families who are in the know, trauma informed, trauma led, do some hard work. We are also limiting it to only 2 children or youth at a time. Yes.
Is that foster children or like in-home, like their own bio children?
They can have their own mind kids, but we're gonna have a conversation how they're gonna meet the needs of those kids. That are placed in their homes for foster care.
So that's 2 foster.
Yep, and we're limiting that because they're gonna be part of that. Health team, right? You're gonna be really invested in healing this kid and bringing forth some good changes in this child. They're saying no matter what, I'm not gonna give up on that instruction. Part of that too, it's the CPA, right? Because the CMPs serve the children, CPAs serve the foster families. So the CPAs have to put forward a worker and they gotta be in that house, what is it, every day for the first. It's at least for the first, I think, 3 months, they have to be there and they have to have at least daily contact. Right, and it could be like, hey, I'm checking in on you. It could be a visit. Some of it's gonna determine what the family's capacity and what they might need, but they're having that contact. Like, I hear you say you're fine, but your voice is quivering. Are you really fine? What's going on? And then we have that expectation for the family. Right? It's not just, hey, we're gonna give you your meds. It's like, no, I'm gonna make sure you're going to therapy. I'll make sure you get your meds. I'll make sure that you're doing all the stuff that we gotta do. Right? So there's an expectation. You are doing some services for that. And then there's also this placement stability, which is like a treatment. Right? So the foster family, the CPA, that mental health team, so maybe it's the children's mental health center there. Maybe it's their therapist that they're seeing online, whoever that might be. They're coming together and they're figuring out what we need. So, like I said, there's only 2 because I think some foster families are like, ooh, okay. But I also think it's good that we only have 2 because we have families who are being very emotional about what they can and can't. Any questions about that?
Is every child placed in position for therapy processes, or they're identified as?
So it's the CPAs who would identify their homes to put forward. I will tell you, DECA has been very interested in putting forth homes, and they've been very intentional about who they can kind of build up out of their foster homes to do that. They also have their own staff therapists that can help with some of that. Some of the smaller CPAs, such as Calm or Rainbows United, they have like, I think collectively between the 2 of them, they have like 20 homes, and they serve mostly IDD youth, and so they're like, we're full up. So yeah, some of them are really more prepped for just doing some of this work, and others are sort of like, we'll maybe get there. Yes.
Well, the part of the oversight, I mean, that they're getting more intensive from the actual foster placement.
The intention is that the family is getting more oversight, and just kind of helps everybody. So it's a big lift. Oh, yeah. And the stability plan is done weekly. And so that's something that we kind of keep a pulse on. Is this working for the child? Are we actually moving going along, or this? No, this is just for therapeutic foster. Yeah.
And this is done at the cost of the fine access.
If the child is in a therapeutic foster home, they may be able to give some input, but not at this time.
Where we get a copy of this report, we want to look. I think I have general. They say that you're so in the whole life.
I know we should do that. How does this differ from the intensive rate that have always required additional training, additional licensure to take kids that had specialized problems? And we also were limited in capacity to how many kids we could take.
Well-
Foster care, ABC,
Licensing capacity is, so your license capacity is based on the square footage of your home, right? There's still rules and regulations with that. This is not necessarily, because a home could be licensed before, so you can have space for all four children. But if you're gonna say, I will take therapeutic level care child, you will only limit it to, it's not a licensing, it's a level of care. So it's a programming.
well,
So-
that was the rule that always had. And we always were required to have it. And it was
Sure.
over and above what
For intensive,
everyone.
right. Well, and with intensive, there isn't that same coordination around the placement stability plan.
No,
So that is some new elements to that, and it's not with licensing, it's just a programming. It gets a little kinky because licensing and program, while we work in tandem, they're actually still different too. So, yeah, this is just a level of care and not necessarily licensing. Okay, I have 5 minutes, so I'm gonna try to get to my last thing, and then, yeah, hopefully we can be done. Okay, so here's Soul Family. Where's the guy who's asking about Soul Family? Okay, so Soul Family, this is support, opportunity, unity, and legal relationships. Again, we love our acronyms. Right now, Kansas is the one and only state in the entire nation that is working on this project. How diggity dog, yes. We are working in partnership with the Annie E. Casey Foundation. I'm sure most of you have heard of them, or you've probably heard of a Casey Foundation. It is a well-oiled, very huge national child welfare organization. Can't tell you a whole lot about this right now because part of it will require some statute changes. I think we are predicting some work. I'm looking at you, Kathy. Are we working on this in 2024?
I think that was in question because I think it was being introduced conceptually to the Child Welfare Oversight Committee. So if one of the legislators decide they want to take this and run, then we may be looking at the next session. Otherwise, it would probably be the 2024, but I think that's still uncertain.
It's tricky because Soul Family is not it's not legally a permanency option right now. You know, you have APLA, you have adoption, you know, you have those other ones. This is not one. So please do not go back to your youth and be like, hey, we should get you Soul as a case plan. It's not available. Please don't do that. Because actually, Annie Casey came and presented at a kayak conference over the summer, and lots of kids were like, I don't want this is a case plan, and be let down. Statutorily, it's not a thing we can do right now. So we are literally building the plane as we fly it. It is a conceptual idea right now where a child or a youth who would have an application school plan can kind of select their people, right? And there's a legal aspect to that, kind of similar to the permanent custodianship. I think that's where they meld really nicely together. How they go together, we still got to work out. That's where my good friend Kathy comes into play. We have to figure that out. I would certainly recommend there is any EPC Foundation has a blog post that has a lot of information about Soul Family, and so I recommend you go check it out. They have a much better elevator speech than I do. So keep it on your radars. It will be coming. We just don't have a legal option for it just yet. Okay. I'm all done. So are there other questions?
Well, DCF has been doing a great job in lots of things. And I think every time I hear DCF speak, I learn something new. Great, so thank you. But
Absolutely.
is there a way, like, is there a public facing place to find like updates like this consistently? It's great to have folks invited to come and speak. They should find out our own.
that is a great idea and suggestion, because, and I don't know that we have that right now. I think that's something that we publicly, I think we've got a bad rap. We do. And rightfully so. We've done very poor work as an agency and as a state. I mean, I always recommend people go and look at our data, because the data will tell a part of the story, right? It won't tell the whole story. I mean, I think that's where we have to come in and talk about like the permanent custodianship. It is an option, but we're clearly not using it. And if you looked at the stats alone, you probably wouldn't understand why it's not being utilized. But yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah, it is. I was gonna say, I think going to our website, there is quite a bit of information, for instance, on family first. And, you know, the different initiatives, this practice model. But it's not probably all in one updates. And so it is, like I said, it's a little challenging to navigate the websites sometimes, because there's so much on there. So how do I get to the reports, and how do I get to the region content? So I think just going on there, maybe being is familiar with the website. And then we're, you know, any of our staff, I think would be glad to assist in any way to help navigate to something if you have something particularly. But yeah, it's a great idea if we had a general update, but I don't.
And this is just the tip of the iceberg, and we're just permanency. We didn't even get into what our assessment and prevention teams, so you know, they have a team practice model. We have team decision making, which is a program that is utilized to hopefully not even bring children into foster care. Our case management providers are doing placement stability team decision making, which is also a way to help make sure that children aren't just bouncing from foster home to foster home. That's initiative as well. So really, like, I could probably for another 8 hours. I'm sure one of us hear me do that, but it is just the tip of the iceberg. It's initiative fatigue is a very real thing. I did not learn about that in graduate school, but they should be teaching it. While there is a lot of good work, it also is hard work. And so I appreciate CASAs who show up and are part of the child welfare system, because it is hard work and it does take community. Because you're a big check. You know, we can get. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
How about it? We'll get your guys the. There's part. Okay, so Caitlin has announcements to share. Real quick, some announcements about tomorrow. Everybody did their drink signups. If you didn't sign up for drinks and you want to, let me know before I leave. If you're staying at the hotel, there are muffins, juice, and coffee and granola bars available. Otherwise, there are different fast food places close to the center here. And obviously, you can use your phone to find other breakfast places as options as well. Tomorrow, we do plan to take at least 2 photos. So if you were like, I want to take a photo, this is your like heads up, be prepared for said photo. We're gonna do one when we walk out here. We're gonna stand in front of the fountain and get the panorama of the Capitol behind everybody. And then when we're in the Capitol, we're going to do one where you're gonna stand in your county, and we're gonna take that. So, the tour tomorrow, the dome tour is 269 steps. So wear shoes that you are comfortable walking 269 steps. If for some reason, medical reason, personal reason, you're like, I cannot do 269 steps, just let me know. Totally understand. I'm not gonna hold you hostage to that many steps. And we will start at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow. we will have the dinner sign up. I know right now I only have 4. So if you want to come to dinner, would love to have you come. And I will pass the sign up again around tomorrow. And then finalize those head count numbers at lunchtime. Otherwise, have a relaxing evening. Caitlin has some announcements, so just bear with. I know we're holding you a little later, but sorry, I'm having hostage for a little bit longer. Please be careful. Okay, so the last time we had this kind of announcement, it was not brought to us in a good way. It was just kind of thrown out on the listserv. So before that ever happens again, I want to step in front of you and address that issue, take the questions and answer the questions that I can. But it is with honestly a broken heart that I have to tell you that you might notice there are people in the room missing. Around Strat with the 17 judicial district, they have decided to close their doors as of October 3rd. So I'm very brokenhearted. She wanted to be here. She was going to, but just it's a grief process, guys. It was not an easy decision, but she did put something together that I want to read to you. It says, to my fellow program directors, it is with great sadness that I have to inform you that my board of directors voted to close our program. FASA, the 17th Judicial District. I wanted all of you to know before we made the announcement public. I want to thank each one of you for the impact that you have had on my life, the lives of my advocates, and the children in the 17th Judicial District. I can't express enough how much it means to me that all of you were ready to help me and each other at a moment's notice to see that our children had the best possible advocacy available to them. I had been involved with child welfare for 28 years prior to becoming the director of our program, and I can honestly say that CASA is the one organization that truly does what it says, advocate for the best interest of the children. Not only does it do what it says, it does so with compassion and a professionalism that I have not seen in other agencies and organizations. I truly mean it when I say that I couldn't have done it without you all. You all will continue to be in my thoughts and prayers. I'm so very proud to say that I was one of you, even if it was for a short time. Lots of love to all of you, and never underestimate the impact that you have on one another and every person that you come in contact. Like I said, I never want that to come, like you guys should just when they see those announcements. I want that to be something that comes directly from the program, if that's available, or directly from the PA. So you guys just might keep Rhonda in your thoughts and prayers in the 17th. I have asked, just so you guys know, that they keep their 501c3 alive for at least a year. That gives KCA an opportunity to kind of go into that judicial district, see if there is another town, city that might be interested in housing that CASA office. So you guys, and the reason I tell you this is that we all have different connections, and I don't know what your connections are, but if you know of someone in the 17 judicial district area, make a good board member, a good director, a good volunteer, a good financial donor, that information is immensely helpful to me as we try to look at different options. So that was something I wanted to leave the door open. I didn't permanently. And it's not a permanent closure, but once you try to reopen a 501c3 or rename 501c3, it's tedious. So the other thing I wanted to address with you guys, I just want to rip the Band-Aid off, address the elephant in the room. I know that there's many of you that are not happy with me about KBGP. So hey, I'm gonna break that. Anyways, I want to just address this real quickly because we have had a lot of emails, a lot of questions, a lot of phone calls about the legislative funding allotment that is being funneled through the Kansas Governor's Grants program and how we ended up there and why we are there. So want to address that. So how did KCA and in part the legislative committee, because we worked together, come to this decision? Why did we do this? Let's start out with.
I don't understand my. Can you give background to this? Because I am really.
There's just a lot of added paperwork, a lot of additional for the grant. Yeah.
they're mad, they're like, there's disgruntlement or an understanding of why we have to do the activity tracking, do the fiscal tracking like we do. And so I'm kind of building a case here for you all and just some background knowledge and information for you all to know how we arrived at this decision, because I promise you, I did not sit in bed and say, what is the worst way that I can intentionally ruin their lives? I don't do that. Shocking, but I don't. Who did I talk to? I talked to DCF. We applied for that CJA grant. We didn't get it. I sat down and had a joint meeting with the Office of Judicial Administration and the Children's Cabinet, aka the Key Fund, where the money used to come from. We weren't getting funding from that. It wasn't available to us. It was no longer an option. It was an inappropriate, borderline illegal way to get the money. We could not do it that way anymore. They sat down, they had a very open, honest conversation with us, also in collaboration with OJA to figure out where can we get this money. We then talked to Governor Kelly's administration. I talked to Governor Kelly myself. I drove up here on a random Wednesday to have a lunch with her at a luncheon where I got 5 minutes, but it was a great 5 minutes because it came into hardcore play later on. But that's also because Governor Kelly and Mickey Edwards both served on the task force together at one point. So there was a connection that was built there too. And I bring that into play because I need you guys to understand the importance of the contacts that we all have and the voice that we're all using. What you're saying about KGGP funding isn't just staying in your judicial district. I'm hearing it from others. That's your warning. Child Welfare System Oversight Committee. We addressed it to them. I testified in front of them. Eric testified in front of them. He had a prior CASA child testify in front of them. I had Carson provide testimony. This is something that the Madam Chair, Representative Concanon, she pulled me aside yesterday. We had a 15-20 minute conversation about the importance of CASA showing up and giving oral testimony every time this committee is heard. She wants to hear from us. She actually is the one who created this oversight committee because she sat on insurance oversight, realized the detrimental problems going on in child welfare, asked if there was an oversight committee by legislation, was told no. And so she helped initiate this committee. This committee is very important to sit in front of because not only does Representative Concanon sit on this committee, she also sits on appropriations, which dictates funding. Individual legislators, we talked to a slew of individual legislators, both sides of the aisle, both in the House, both in the Senate. Is there anyone else that you guys think that I should or could have talked to that I didn't? Or that KCA didn't, or that the legislative didn't? So who was we? Most importantly, it was me that had a lot of these conversations. But I did so, and in every conversation I had, I reported back to the board, I reported back to the legislative committee, and I did it at the advice and direction of the lobbyist firm that we all collectively pay for, you all collectively. So that's how those conversations got started. This is the steps that I took. I also just want to keep you guys apprised that I started this conversation with everybody back in October of 2021, that we were needing a new funding source, that $225,000 that we had gotten since fiscal year 2016 was going away, whether we liked it or not. And that might look at us getting funding from a different source, and that could look like additional tasks that we have to do. Nobody really said hardcore, no, stop, don't, we don't want the money. So we continued working forward, and I tried to give updates in the case. My state directors, KCPC, there's so many acronyms, report every chance I got. So if you're not reading those, please do, because I am trying to communicate with you, and that is the best way that I can communicate what we're doing in the KCA office and things that I'm doing to help advocate for you guys so that you guys can best advocate for these kids, because I care. So this is the question that Stephen and I have sat down and talked about, and Stephen Durst is our lobbyist. in conjunction with John Federico, you guys have a contract, we have a contract, KCA carries a contract with Federico Durst Consulting. We have a great relationship. Stephen and I text quite a bit. We also have children around the same age, so we've become friends. But this is the question that we are constantly asking ourselves. Why is our niche so hard or so unique or so difficult to fund? We're a third party, we're independent, and we're more than your basic nonprofit with an impelling mission. But we are an entity that has a direct line to the judge and the state on the best interest recommendations of the children that we're actively serving in Kansas. So it's difficult because the place is under DCF at a public viewpoint. Well, they're just falling in line with what DCF says. There's a plethora of places that you could sit us. I mean, it's no different than the Office of the Child Advocate when you really get down to it. You want to be unaligned so that we can remain our public reputation of being a independent third party. So this is really important because if we want to continue to make the recommendations that we are able to make, and we are unboxed, we are not boxed in on the recommendations that we can make on our court reports. And I never, ever, ever want to go down a road for even funding that stipulates what we can and can't recommend. I don't want to do that. That is detrimental to these kids that we serve. We need the most flexibility in our recommendations because we are I'm sorry, but we are the most important person in that child's life. And I truly believe that. So I never want to infringe on that. Next, why wasn't it able to go through OJA through the PFF funnel as a continued option? So this was a direct line item on the governor's budget. And if you pay attention to politics in this state at all, this is very scrutinized. We are a very contingent state. Most things in politics right now are just, there's a lot going on. This was done through last minute, a governor's budget amendment, GBA, that was voted through unanimously by both the House and the Senate. So with that, it dictates a higher level of required oversight and outcomes through activity and fiscal tracking. I went to Julene. Julene, so all of you know, used to sit on the KCA board of directors. She knows the ins and outs of what you guys do. So her and I sat down and I served with her for 2 years. What can we do to make this the easiest possible for our CASA directors? What can we do? And I said, we have 4 programs that do not have a fiscal audit. And I know because I sat in the chair of the local program and said, we're only getting this much and this is how much an audit costs, and it's not worth it. However, we're getting state dollars. We're getting you and I and everybody else's tax dollars. We have to answer for that. We have to answer in our activities and in our fiscals. So for 1 year at least, and we'll continue the conversation, I got the requirement for the audit waived. And I fought tooth and nail for that, and so did Julie Masca. She fought for that for you guys too, because she knew what that funding meant for you guys. So ultimately, the route we took can and should, through a cohesive, collaborative effort of all of us, and making sure if there's disgruntlement, come at me. That's fine. I don't care. I will set up the whole reasoning for you every time of why I made a decision, or the board made a decision, or a committee made a decision. I don't make decisions unilaterally. I talk to a board. I communicate with our committees. I try to communicate as best I can to KCPC with the knowledge that I can legally give, because I am held to confidentiality as well. So as long as we all work together, we should see an increase. I purposely put $7 signs because my goal is $1 million, which is 20% of the funding that you guys need. Which is far better than the 11% that we're getting now. So I'm just asking, can we please just work together? If there's disgruntlement, please be careful who you're sharing that with. It's getting to legislators. It's getting into the KGGP office, which makes it hard for me to advocate for everybody. And it makes it hard for me to stand in front of legislation if they know that there's disgruntlement. We need to talk about that. I'm perfectly fine with having awkward conversations, or I wouldn't be standing up here. We need to address it together and work on it together. We're a team. We have to be a team, or our kids are not going to get the services they needed. And we're going to see program after program close, and it's going to start with the littlest and build up, where we might only have 4 or 5 programs. And really, what good does that do for the state of Kansas? So, questions, concerns, comments?
I spoke with, it was Lauren Jensen.
Mhm,
which
Lori
we
Jensen.
did The technical assistance. For us, we wrote the grant for the accounting expenses that we currently have, which is not for an audit, because we are 1-4, it doesn't have an audit. But for our accounting expenses, they are very well tracked. And then for rent, so from that standpoint, I will just throw that out there, that's a much easier tracking process, because those are fixed amounts. So something to think about for next year when you're applying, there's ways to do that where it minimizes the tracking and minimizes the paperwork. That was part of the reason the decision was made to write ours that way.
And that's, I wanted to leave that as an independent option for you all to dictate how you wanted to fund that. I mean, there were certain parameters we had to put, but
Right.
overall, it was a general scope.
That was very, very simple, I would say, from a grant in the tracking standpoint, but Lori was very helpful in suggesting things. She was surprised what a single audit would cost us, because she did talk about next year's application, and I told her our board was on the fence about whether to do it, because it would actually end up costing us about $2,500. For what this year's allotment was, but knowing the intention is for there to be more, so you've got to get that process initiated for the audit. The one thing I will say, and I had thought possibly a good idea, we have 2 CPAs that sit on our board, 3, but 2 of them were at the meeting. They were unsure of why the single audit requirement was, because they said the law states that you have to have. It was 650,000 or maybe 700, I don't remember the exact amount, but because the amount that they're dispersing to us is below that. So they were questioning the law, but I didn't really know who to even connect them with to look into the reasoning for that. So if you have a connect point for that.
I would probably
that's
connect them back to Lori, who
But
can work that upstream.
because but they're positive about it, they're not
Mm-hmm.
mad, they were just questioning.
So Jennifer, if your program currently receives grant funding through the state or the feds, regardless of the amount of money you receive, you're gonna be required to do an audit. And a big part of that is because it's viewed as a way to potentially spot fraud and ensure fiscal security, and just give a independent professional perspective on the health of that nonprofit specifically. So why, yes, law may not require an audit unless your revenue is X, Y, Z. You're getting a grant, it's a completely different ballgame. Same thing with standards, the national don't require an audit unless you're X, Y, Z. Best practices, every 3 years you're doing an audit regardless, and that's part of fiscal control. And
So
just,
with the KGGP, then maybe every 3 years, I'm just curious.
I think
if it was
that's-
free, that would be.
I think that's
totally
a-
different ballgame on
That's
it.
something that I can ask for,
Okay.
and have a conversation about. I can't promise that, but I can take that as a discussion point.
The books up, that's not the problem, it's just that I think that the board on board with something that's literally gonna cost our program
Right.
money. At a time where economically, it's everything is so unstable, so they're not, I know it says I need to solicit one by December 31st, 2022, so I've already looked into those options. But that's not for me to decide, that's for the board to decide, so if
Right.
there's a way to get that, and if that was every 3 years, I think that's
You know, Sue Cooper for the board, that is actually who I would recommend there locally in Great Bend. They need to talk to Sue Cooper with
Okay.
the city. Or the county. She's with the
Yeah.
Barton County. She's a grant writer for the county. So she'll know all the ins and outs of the requirements, and be able to talk to them at a local level, about that. And would probably hold a little bit more, influence with them.
As far as audits go, it really depends. You're getting the grant. There, I mean,
Well, the rules are what they are, and that's what I told them, you look at it and you either decide that you're gonna do it or not.
absolutely.
That's, and that's 100% of they're my boss, I have to do.
So-
what they-
I will toss it out there, as a director for years, even if you don't currently have an audit, it is a perfect cover your booty thing for you as a director. And I know it's work, I know it's happening, but, there are things that happen in the nonprofit land that you're like, that really happened? Yeah, it really happened. So for you as a director, that's like, there were days I hated having to get an audit because I knew we were ultimately going in the hole, we weren't even breaking even based on what grants were requiring. But I knew for myself as a professional, it was one way that was just a backup for me.
Sure.
So that's my little soapbox about why, yeah, I know they cost. But they're worth having for you as a director.
So with that, if there's no other questions or comments.
I just want to say one other thing. I didn't feel like your job is not easy. You have to balance needs of us and size and scope and resources. So I don't envy you having to figure this stuff out when we all have different opinions about what needs to happen. I personally didn't have with it necessarily. I think as long as we continue to have an opportunity to make when those decisions are made, important thing, and I don't want to know for you if I have a concern question or something.
Absolutely.
I think that's should be and
Thank you.
program has social meeting, and so I've worked with HTTP for a while now, and so they might ask questions for like one outlet to just complain in out about
Yeah.
these processes. Call me, I'd love to hear about something sometimes, but
I just have you all together, and so my purpose was just to walk you through how we ended up here and why, just so you guys all knew, because I thought that that was really important that everybody was together for once. It's hard to disseminate information sometimes and know that it's being read or know that it's being heard, and so wasn't trying to like attack anyone at all. If you guys are upset with me, that's fine. There were times that I was upset about decisions made. It's fine. We have to have this transparent relationship with one another. I just wanted to address it and make sure that you guys knew that it was very methodical in the process.
I think paying good parties, that we all have our different jobs.
Absolutely.
It does feel overwhelming adding on extra things, but I think it's important to remember that we've got this network of product experience and so I'm just, anyone has questions or need resources on, I saw someone ask about time sheets for about one, but anything about it. I was gonna say, you and I talked a little bit about what we were gonna write our KBGP grant for. And since we did it for personnel, all the documentation that they're requiring, we have to give to other entities anyways. So it's really not any extra work, it's just duplicating it for another agency. So, and we did that kind of by design.
Well, if you guys have any input on conversation direction that you'd like me to have with Julene going forward, I can talk to her about audit every 3 years versus annually. I can talk to, I have an open-end conversation ability with her, so. You guys just let me know, I can't promise anything, but I can always have a conversation with people. I don't mind that at all. With that, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
You can leave your name tag. They'll print you a new name tag every time. Your tape.
Take it.